My parents moved out there in the early 90s, and the whole family experienced weird things there. And I wonder if anyone who's lived in the house after them, or even now, has experienced it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went there to smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray painted on the walls and empty beer cans everywhere. So he assumed teens used the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day and he heard pipes banging upstairs. And when he went to the spot that he heard in the pipes, they started banging downstairs, and he thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either, it was a finished room. My other aunt, the oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but never really thought anything of it. He said he remembers sleeping and feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is when the oldest aunt got engaged and her fiance was at the house playing cards with the family. And they both told me that they clearly saw a woman walking or floating in the kitchen up to the attic. She had white on and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who's a foreign Albanian man, said that he would also see a girl walking around the house. And one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, that he walked around the whole entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everyone had those I saw it too moments. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture, so if it's something in the story seems odd, it's just how things were done then. Witches are and were very common back home. Most people couldn't afford doctors, and like my family, when you live surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you would go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was a known witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, my great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. Only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But do not get excited, because he's going to die." My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple months old, he died. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams and said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, and it's a boy. But just like before, don't get excited, because this child will be taken from you too." Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was 1 year old, he died. Third time, my grandma got pregnant. She believed the land or something had been cursed, and so she had the baby far away from home. After a year or so, she woke up in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us what exactly the baby was doing, because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said, "The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave." My grandma said the moment both her feet were outside the house, she heard her baby die. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. And when he was 8 years old, he got hit by a car when its ball rolled onto the street. My grandma and family are convinced that the witch cursed her. Union Cemetery in Connecticut is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research it for yourself. There are a lot of people who have seen the White Lady. My family, who lives nearby the cemetery, told me that the legend is you'll see a green mist or sparkle, and then see her usually in their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day, and it's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they all were looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my cousins was maybe 5 at the time and acted very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were kids, and she thought he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night he wakes up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff you'd imagine. And whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally not aware of anything that was happening around him. Like as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't responsive either. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and the doctor healed him. Nothing has happened to him since. As a kid, I used to be obsessed with World War II. I'd collect items and made it a passion of mine. One day, I had some money and visited a local surplus store. I saw an authentic US M1 helmet on the shelf that I hadn't seen before, covered in dirt, even damaged. These can often go for a lot of money. I asked their owner how much it was, and he reluctantly said $20, which surprised me. When I asked why this was, he pulled it down off of the shelf to reveal brown, crusted material inside, and a bullet hole through the temple area of the helmet, with no exit hole. He explained it had been dug up by a metal detector in the Ardennes. Being a stupid child, I bought it. I had no thoughts or fears about it, and just thought it was cool. After a week of having it in my possession, I began to have horrific nightmares, mainly involving visions of death. My parents would report constant yelling in my sleep. Having no prior mental health issues or genetic predisposition, I was brought to a therapist. No conclusion was reached, and the nightmares continued every day until 2 months later, I decided to sell the helmet to afford a new backpack. The nightmares stopped the day it left my possession. Not once during this time did I assume the helmet had anything to do with it, until years later, accidentally stumbling across accounts from veterans describing cursed war trophies and battlefield items affecting their lives. Please, do not take items from dead bodies. I really don't know where to post this, so I'm just throwing this out there. For backstory, my dad was an extremely frequent smoker. He'd say he'd been smoking since he was 16 and how it's keeping him alive. He barely had any teeth. The walls in the room were yellow. There were burn holes in a lot of the blankets and even the curtains, and I couldn't step into his room without taking a deep breath beforehand. It was bad, and I swear I had a part with him dying, but I don't really know. He died in January of this year, and we brought his ashes home in February, and that's when it started. And ever since, the stench of cigarette smoke just seems to follow me, even surrounding me when I'm sitting around or about to sleep. It only comes at night, and it gets so bad where I have to pinch my nose and breathe out my mouth. When I'm in my room, I have to close the door to get it to go away, Whenever it's around, I feel uneasy, and like I'm not alone. My dad and I never really had the best relationship, especially before he died. He was a piece of shit to me, and it was no secret to everyone that I hated him and he hated me. So maybe this is his way to annoy me even more. I brought up to my mom about a month after it happened to see if she could also smell it, and that it's just a lingering stench, but she said, "Really? No, I haven't smelt anything. That's just your dad visiting you." Okay, well, maybe I don't want him visiting me, Mom. Jeez. Maybe it's nothing, but he was a big paranormal monster movie guy, so maybe he just wants to have some fun, I guess. First one, 5 or 6 years ago, I was around 12, maybe 13. I went to take a shower in the evening around 9 p.m, and I was always scared of mirrors. Still am. Anyway, the way the bathroom is set up, the shower with curtains is in the corner. When you open the curtains, you see the mirror on the opposite wall. And in the corner of that wall, next to the shower, is the toilet, where I put clothes to wear after I shower. So I took a shower, went to get dressed, and opened the curtains. The first thing you see is the mirror and sink. And if you pull the curtains all the way, you also see the toilet. So I pulled them all the way, and above the toilet, I saw Grandma's face. Just a face, no body. It was almost like she was sitting there, but I couldn't see her body. She was looking straight at me, but she didn't look like anyone I knew. Maybe 90-ish years old, wrinkles, and a bun. I stared for a few seconds and then blinked. Suddenly, she was gone. I honestly have no idea what it was, but I hope it's my imagination. Second thing, I was in my bedroom asleep and woke up around 4:50 a.m. It was still dark out because it was winter, and my bed was facing my door, which is in the corner of the hallway. On the connecting wall right next to it was the toilet room. The toilet room was always locked when my uncle wasn't redoing the floor. Anyway, I woke up, and looking at the hallway, it looked like the light was on, which was weird, as I was the last person to go to bed and turned it off, but okay, no big deal. Then I saw footsteps directly in front of my bedroom. I knew it was right in front of it because they were hiding the light from the hallway. They went straight into the toilet room, which was locked, but the footsteps didn't even stop and unlock. They just went straight in. They also didn't sound like anyone in my family. Later, I realized I shouldn't have been able to see any of that, even the light underneath my door, because the floor level of the hallway is higher than the floor of my bedroom. I used to babysit this kid when I was a teen. Every single time I went over to their house, I felt this absolutely repulsive energy. Completely terrible and downright disgusting vibes. I can't even explain it. Pure uneasiness. Now the two dogs we had were nervous, barked, twitched, and had to have had Prozac, constantly pacing and upset. The kid I babysat refused to go to bed, to the point he would scream and cry, completely age inappropriate. And to be honest, I understand. I never said anything, but I hated tucking him in too, and would run down the stairs after. The upstairs of the house felt horrible. It felt like something was in there. I say things because it didn't feel like a person. I literally get goosebumps thinking about that. When my mom would go over to dog sit or to feed the dogs, she felt the same. Years later, she brought it up to me, and we both had felt it, but never brought it up to one another. I never said anything as a teen because I wanted to pay, and just thought I was paranoid. Up until the age of 10, I lived in a suburban neighborhood in Sacramento. The houses there were on the older side, but I'm not sure exactly how old. I know our house needed a lot of work and renovation, and I remember my dad worked on it a lot when he had free time. While nothing strange happened inside the house, there was something rather odd about the tree in our backyard. It was the only tree we had back there, and if memory serves, it was an oak tree. It could have just been my childish mind back then, but something about that tree really unsettled me when it got dark at night. The branches just looked creepy and menacing in some way, especially when the wind would move them. But that's nothing paranormal. What I think was paranormal were the orbs of light that would sometimes appear around the tree at twilight. I remember asking my dad what those orbs were, and his response was an offhand comment. Something along the lines of, probably just your imagination. I think the orbs were some kind of mischievous spirit which flocked to the tree. The reason I think that may be the case is because of the 2 times those orbs got me in trouble. The first time they got me in trouble, I was about 7 years old. I was playing outside with my dog, Loki, and it was getting late. Right when the sun began to set, I saw the orbs begin to descend from the top of the tree. Loki must have seen it as well, because he looked right at them and growled. They just hovered around the tree like fireflies lazily fluttering about. At this point, I was curious about what they were, so I began to reproach. Loki must not have liked the idea of me getting close to the orbs, because he began to bark like crazy. Then one of the orbs flew right by my face. That's when Loki went nuts and ran straight up to the tree. He began to bark so viciously that my dad came out and yelled at him. Loki was a relaxed dog, so he never acted like that. When my dad finally got him to calm down and come inside, he lectured me, telling me not to get the dog so worked up when we played together. The next incident is kind of funny now, looking back at it. Just a year before we moved out of the house, when I was 9 years old, the orbs appeared one evening when I was outside making dirt roads for my toy cars. Dad must have wanted me to play outside that day so we could have some alone time with my mom. When the orbs appeared, they seemed unusually playful in the way they flew around the tree. It was almost like they were taunting me or asking me to follow them. One of them flew right up to my face again. Since Loki was inside this time, I decided to play along and follow the orb around the tree. It then flew off to the side of the house, a narrow space between the fence and my parents' bedroom. While chasing the orb, it flew right by my parents' window before stopping and disappearing. That's when I noticed my parents through the half window, half undressed and staring at me in shock. After hearing my mother shriek at the top of her lungs, my dad stormed out to scold me like I'd never been scolded before. The orbs only appeared a few more times after that before we moved and I ignored them. I still believed they were sort of mischievous spirits looking to cause trouble. We moved into our new house a year ago, and especially in my room, there were things happening. First instant was when me and my sister shared the room. We both heard the floor creaking many times as if someone's walking right there, but no one was there. Second instance was the tap for the flush in the bathroom that was connected to our room was closed automatically many times. So when we asked our parents about the tap, if they were closing it, they had no idea and told they never touched the tap. Then the third instance was when we heard sounds. Sounds of things falling like it fell in the room, but nothing fell at all. Sound of the phone vibrating, but no phone was vibrating. And the feeling of someone being there in the room when I'm all alone. Sometimes a static sound is heard right near the ear out of nowhere. And there were times when things went missing from their original place and were again found where they should have been originally. So after these incidents, we called a priest and let him bless our house and everything stopped. So we went on a trip and after returning, everything started again. So this time, I prayed over the room and I pray regularly, so for now everything is silent. I don't know what this is, but if someone knows, please tell me. This happened 2 years ago during late August of 2020. Me and a good friend of mine, we'll call him Sam, we're going to do a 2-day, 1-night camping trip deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California, 40 miles north of Yosemite. We were scouting deer ahead of the season. We parked on the side of a 2-way highway, which was around 7,000 foot in elevation, and started walking straight up the mountain. We had come upon a clear, flat meadow and decided it was a good place to camp. Once we set up camp, we climbed up to about 9,000 feet and came upon another meadow. We'll call this the upper meadow. This had the most beautiful views I've ever seen of the Sierra Nevadas. At this point I was tired, and Sam wanted to explore the rest of the upper meadow. I want to say it was about 350 to 400 yards long. The grass was about waist high. We had brought a small little camping chair that fits in one of our packs. Sam wanted to explore, and I wanted to sit and see the view and eat the snack, so we decided to split up. It was about 15 minutes later when I got this weird feeling. It wasn't necessarily a scared feeling, but more than putting me on edge, it felt like something was watching us. So I decided to try and get up and try and reconnect with Sam. It took me 6 whole minutes to find him, which didn't make any sense. It was a fairly long meadow, but 6 minutes just felt too long. Something was just off about this meadow. While writing this, Sam and I both just got goosebumps looking back at that moment. For some reason, we can't remember how, but eventually we met back up and went to the top of the mountain. At this point, we decided to go to the top of the mountain and look around, and then decided to go back down. Once we had gotten back to camp, we decided to eat dinner and go to sleep around 9:30 p.m. This is where it gets interesting. Once we had gone to bed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Animal sounds here and there, but after around 45 minutes, we both had fallen asleep. It wasn't until, I'm thinking 12:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of what I thought was a branch getting smacked against the tree. This went on for a while, and it was coming from all around. As I was laying in my sleeping bag listening to this, it suddenly stopped. Now, one thing I forgot is where we set up camp. It was next to the edge of a straight climb up a mountain. The reason I say this is that I heard and felt a sound of like running, but the thud of its footsteps sounded really heavy. The only thing I could think of during this time was, what the fuck is going on out there? And I just couldn't move. I could hear this thing running until it suddenly stopped, and then I heard it again. When I heard it run, it almost sounded like it was on 2 legs. This happened 4 or 5 times, and then it all stopped for good. The next morning I woke up to see if I could find anything about what happened during the night, but found nothing. It was the strangest thing. Sam didn't hear anything, so he didn't believe me at the time, but now looking back, he feels differently. I don't know what to make of this whole situation. Writing this made my blood run cold. Ever since then, I've had so many questions and no answers. I'd love feedback from all of you. I'm young, still in my teenage years. I live with my parents and a younger brother. I have little experience with the paranormal, especially since I've always been more on the skeptical side. I don't know much about spirits or the afterlife, though I believe I've come to find myself living with one. It started about a year ago at my best friend's house. We wound up incredibly bored and found ourselves making a very good decision. Oh yes, genius level at that. We played with her Ouija board. That night, I supposedly spoke to 4 different ghosts. 2 male children, a young adult, and an older or senior male, none of which had names. That night, I slept terribly. Ever since then, I've had issues with insomnia. I think I opened something. Ever since that night, I've been noticing more activity in my home, especially in my basement, where my bedroom is. I wake up frequently due to the overwhelming feeling of being stared at. I see faint white or black outlines floating in and out of my bedroom. I see things being moved. I don't know why it likes to mess with and toss my stuff. My phone was pushed off a counter and shattered. My headphones have been hit and spun. Stacks of boxes have fallen over. My computer mouse keeps clicking. Some nights, the air feels heavier and my energy drains as soon as I enter the room. It flickers my lamp that I use for reading and schoolwork. I've replaced the light bulb multiple times. I don't have any other explanation for what could be causing these things. I've seen it once or twice. A faint apparition of a small child. A girl, maybe around 12 or 13. Quite tall. It doesn't quite have a face, but I can tell that it feels sorrowful. The atmosphere is chilling, and I feel the sense of grief and tragedy. I don't think it means any harm, but it scares me. It scares me a lot. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't want to force it away. I don't want to be mean to it out of fear for my own well-being. I sleep with a Bible. I don't have incense or sage. I don't know where I could find these things. My mother is friends with a medium. We sort of talked. My mother being the middleman and sending messages. She says it could be a relative or some sort. Once that's passed away, before that hasn't quite crossed over yet. That's about all the information I have, as my mother would probably rather believe that I'm hallucinating over anything. So I'm sitting here, 3:31 AM, typing up to text to post, anxious and irritated by my failed attempts to sleep. I'm terrified, and I don't know how to deal with this. I'm from India, and I experienced this about 2 years ago when my grandmother died. My grandmother used to live in my family village, which was about 400 kilometers from my city. We got the news of her death in the afternoon. We were shocked and started packing as we had to leave within an hour. My cousin's family met us halfway, and we started our journey together. It was a 6-hour-long drive. We reached our village at around 11 or 12 p.m. My grandmother's body was resting at the entrance of our house, covered in a white blanket. It was a heartbreaking moment for us. Everyone from our village was at our house mourning the death of my grandmother and planning her final rituals. It was 2 p.m, and my cousin's brother and I were tired. So the elders suggested we take a nap. Since there was no place left for us to sleep, we decided to sleep right next to our grandmother's body. I was not at all scared by sleeping this close to my grandmother's dead body. Instead, I have a feeling of peace and love around her. I fell asleep and I saw a dream of my grandmother which made me feel so happy and also scared. In the dream, I saw my grandmother waking up next to me. Everyone was confused. She started saying in a joyful and happy voice that she was very happy to see that all her children and family had come to meet her in the final moments of her life. And then she hugged me and my brothers before laying back to rest forever. And then I woke up. Tell me guys, what do you think? Was it just a dream I had because of emotional breakdown? Or did my grandmother communicate with me for the last time before leaving this world? One night, I saw movement in the reflection of the television when I was about 15 years old back in 2010. What I saw was a blob, like black mass that was formless, sort of like a cloud, just jittering in the reflection of a TV screen. I saw it take humanoid shape and crawl on the ceiling in the reflection of the screen. Moments after processing every possible logical explanation instantaneously, and remembering other family members' experiences, something creepy happened. I concluded it must be paranormal. So I paid for protection, and seconds later, a voice spoke into my right ear saying, "Are you afraid of me?" maybe jump out of my bed and flee into the room. Months, if not a little over a year, my younger sister, who was about 6 or 7 years old at the time, my room had no door, and she often played with her other sisters or by herself if she decided to enter my room without my permission. I had my television off, and she was playing by herself while I was on the other side of the house. I heard a screech thinking my baby sister got hurt. I came running to the rescue. Her entire face was red. She had tears and snot everywhere as she explained she saw a dark figure of a definitive woman, as if she was from The Ring. I always hated that TV. These events were correlation to the fact that a loved one was using a Ouija board. I've seen shadow beings in the corners of my eye. I saw red eyes for a split second. I've seen these creepy things occasionally. One time, I was using the restroom and didn't lock the door. A shadow with red eyes actually opened the door, slightly peeking in, and then closed it. The good news is that when I prayed that the Ouija board would be thrown, it was thrown out. God answered that prayer. Obviously, he knew it was a door that was spiritually dangerous for me. Well, I was sleeping pretty tight, and I think it was something like 2 or 3 a.m. You know, when inside your house is totally dark, but not that pitch black darkness. More like bluish darkness. Anyway, I was sleeping like a rock. Trust me. Because I woke up all of a sudden without any sound waking me up. When the door of his room was opened, we could clearly see the short corridor on part of the living room. And then I looked to the living room to see that something quite tall, 100% black, and wearing something like a coat, was standing near his grandma's feet, and I was paralysed. I stared at the entity for about a minute or two, and it wasn't even bothered that I was looking at it. I looked to my boyfriend's bed, but he was asleep, and I wanted so badly to wake him, but I was scared that something might come to me. I thought maybe if I stand up or stick my leg pretty close to his body, it'll wake him up. But I was afraid the entity would look my way. So I tried pressing my eyes to see if it was maybe a hallucination. Who knows? And the things didn't even disappear for a second or two. Standing there like a real person. So creepy. After deciding that I couldn't do anything about it, I just closed my eyes with my heart pounding in my chest, so fast that I thought for a second I would pass out, and I went back to sleep. In the morning, I heard from my mother-in-law that his grandma wasn't feeling well and had to go to the hospital. I can't say how freaked out I was, but I didn't tell her because she's skeptic as fuck. But I told my boyfriend what had happened, and from that day on, I've always been afraid to wake up in the middle of the night and see something. A couple of years ago, I was trying to fall asleep at night. I was laying in bed when I saw a little black figure staring at me. I shared the room with my sister and our beds were parallel to each other. At the corner of her bed was a black figure. It was super dark. I couldn't make out much, but I could tell it was staring at me. Here's the thing. I have a black cat. He normally sleeps with me at night. My first thought was that it was him. I really didn't think much of it. I didn't look at it too hard. I just saw a little black blob. I just continued to try and fall asleep, but I couldn't. I was just laying there for a bit. Half an hour passes, and he's still there. I simply think it's the cat. More time passes, and it moves to a chair at the end of my sister's bed. At this point, I think I'll just get the cat to come sleep with me, since he's just sitting there. So I get up towards it, and the thing just dissipates. I don't know how to explain it. It just moved off as I approached it, and all of a sudden it was gone. I was so confused, but even more confused when I looked back to my bed, and it turns out my cat had been sleeping next to me the entire time. My sheets were black and grey, so I honestly hadn't seen him till I got up and turned back to my bed. It was so strange, and I got such an eerie and unsettling feeling that this thing was just staring at me for about an hour. I couldn't make out any features. I honestly can't explain, but I just knew it was staring at me. I could feel it. It was also very small, about the size of a cat. I wasn't unsettled when it was just sitting there, as I thought it was the cat. I thought it was sleep paralysis, but I could move. I just couldn't manage to fall asleep. I was just laying there for about an hour trying to sleep. Once I realised it wasn't the cat, I was so overcome by fear, I just wanted to cry and run into my parents' room and sleep in their bed. I was honestly far too afraid to walk to their room, as I had been spooked at this point. It never occurred again. I told my parents about it, and my dad, who's a very religious person, then placed the Bible in our room, open to a certain page. It's been years so far, and it's the only paranormal experience that's ever happened to me. So I tend to dream quite frequently about random things that have happened the week before, or things I've been thinking about before bed, like anyone else. My dreams are always so vivid that when I do have them, I can always remember the location and how I was feeling so vividly when I wake up. And I always tend to remember my dreams from start to finish. I'm quite a heavy sleeper, but noise and close proximity seems to wake me up straight away. I'm always up by the first tone of my first alarm. Last year, however, I experienced a dream that I will honestly never forget for the rest of my life. It started like this. I started off in my bedroom at my dad's house. This was where I was currently asleep on my bed. I was scrolling through my phone or something. It was really dark outside in the dream. I remember thinking, I should definitely go to bed soon so I can wake up for work in the morning. I got bored of scrolling and was just about to get under the covers and get comfy like I usually do. But I had a really bad feeling, and all the hairs on my neck started to stand up. I remember thinking, whatever you do not look out your bedroom window. But obviously, curiosity got the better of me. Even though I somehow knew something really bad or evil was present outside, I just had to look. At this point, I didn't even feel like I was in control. Like I didn't want to open the curtains 1 inch, but me in the dream opened the curtains a slither. And I could see 2 really tall, completely black figures. Like when kids draw stick people, or like a slender man, for just an image. A cold sensation went all the way through my body, starting from what felt like my brain, all the way through my toes, and as quick as it was. I'll never forget that feeling whilst looking at the 2 tall black looming figures, a couple of gardens back at my window. Now usually this wouldn't alarm anyone. Weird dreams happen all the time. Could have easily been a nightmare, something lingering in my subconscious, but here's the part that even to this day, I cannot for the life of me get out of my head around. As soon as the cold sensation ran through my body, I jolted so hard. I remember how much my body leaped from the mattress and realised I was awake. I was still drowsy, a kind of half sleep, half awake business, until my hearing suddenly seemed to just click into action, and I realised my phone was ringing as loud as the volume would go. And I could see my boss was ringing me. Confused, in my dazed state, I answered the phone as quickly as I could and put on my best "I'm definitely awake" voice. Hello? Hello? Are you going to join us today? Or let us know when you even are? My boss was so angry. He sounded like he was seething. This confused me even more, and before he could even say another word, I took my phone away from my ear to check the time. It was 11:45 a.m. I start work at 9 a.m. and wake up at 7:30 a.m. every morning. Shit, I replied. I'm so sorry. I don't know how this happened. I'm getting dressed and coming in right now. I'll be there in 30 minutes tops. When I ended that call, I couldn't move. My body was squirming with discomfort, like I'd been touched against my will. I felt so sick to the bottom of my stomach and was stuck to bed in sheer terror and panic. All of my alarms had gone off, My mum had called me 6 times, my boyfriend around 4. How have I lost nearly 4 hours? And how didn't I wake up to my alarms? And why did I feel cold all over for around an hour after I woke up? Now I know there are perfectly logical explanations to this. Could have just needed more hours of sleep that night and just fell into the deepest sleep. Not responding to my phone, which I placed under my pillow every night. The phone, whose alarm wakes me up every morning before and since this incident. Nothing like this has happened to me since. I haven't seen the figures in my dreams again, nor have I slept through alarms or lost hours. But let me tell you, I'll never forget what I saw out the window that night, and I'll never forget the feeling I had after realizing how much time I'd lost. I'd be very interested to find out if anyone else has ever experienced anything like this. This isn't just one experience, it's a handful of experiences. I live in a 2-story apartment building on the 2nd story with my mum and our cat. I've lived here for over 5 years now, and I've got a handful of experiences, and I'm here because of that. I've always known that there have been things that live here with me, and I've never really been scared of it. I can tell whatever lives with me isn't out to cause me or my family any harm, and it's just probably trying to live beside us in harmony. It's totally possible that they don't even realize we're here. That being said, when one of my best friend's boyfriend visited my apartment and immediately said, "Oh, this place is haunted," I replied, "Yeah, I know." One of the experiences that terrified me the most was when I was 13 and Snapchatting a friend late at night. And in one of my pictures was an incredibly detailed but semi-transparent face right next to mine. This was way back before Snapchat introduced filters and facial detection. This was also before memories, so when I saved this picture, it only saved into my iPod Touch's photos and not online. 2 of my biggest regrets are that I saved it instead of screenshotting the photo, because when I saved it, the quality was so bad that you couldn't really see the face at all, and that I don't have that picture anymore. I really wish I still had that picture, because since then, it's been easy to sweep this memory into the category of loose childhood memories that I'm not quite sure happened. I can remember this moment so clearly though, and I remember how terrified I was. I couldn't sleep after that. This was the biggest experience I had, but I didn't really go looking for them. A more recent thing that still continues to this day somewhat periodically are the footsteps. I'll hear footsteps above me, stomping around in the middle of the night. Remember that I live on the top floor of the building, and every time our apartment does roof work, it's during the day, so as not to wake anyone up. And they warn us at least a few days ahead of time. It's not as frequent anymore, but a year or 2 ago, it got to the point where I was hearing them every night, for a few minutes at a time, all around, the exact same time, 11 to midnight-ish. Similarly, the most frequent thing is the noises from next door. It's a very normal thing for us to hear banging and loud noises from the other side of the wall when we go to the bathroom, and it always startles my friends the first time they visit. That's not that unusual by itself, since it's an apartment building, and you always hear the other people stomping around. The odd thing is that I've been hearing a baby crying on the other side of the wall since we moved in 5 years ago. The same baby. It really sounds like it. Plus, I've never ever seen the people in that apartment actually leave their apartment in the 5 years of being there. That one is a lot easier to write off because it could simply be that they have a lot of babies and they don't really leave. Another thing that you can come up with an explanation of your own is that our fire alarm goes off all the time in the middle of the night, and our building is literally known for that. They've never caught anyone who may be at fault for this, and I'm pretty certain they've changed their system several times to prevent this from happening, but it doesn't work. Finally, possibly the most damning experience I've had are the children in the hall. Just as it's normal for you to be able to hear your apartment neighbours yelling next door, it's pretty much certain that you're going to hear kids laughing and running through the halls. The apartment managers often send out notices to please try and contain your kids, because they get noise complaints consistently. The problem with this is that I've literally never seen these kids. They run through the halls pretty much every day, and it's been like that for the past 5 years. But whenever I've tried to look for them, I can't see them. My mom is one of those people who tries to complain as well, and the first few hundred times this happened, she stepped out to ask the kids to be quieter, but she's never been able to find them. This might just seem like an easily explainable thing, and I get that. I don't currently have any proof because these things happen either very quickly or gradually over time, but I'll definitely try and get some. I know that there are things here with me living here. I can feel them. I don't really want to bother them when they're just having peacefully beside me and have never caused me harm. And I'm very cautious about trying to summon spirits or disturbing them, but I'm open to suggestions. Ganeshan, a 60-year-old man from Andhra Pradesh, is the protagonist of this story. The year was 1992, and he was 30 years old back then. He owned a teak grove which was his main source of income. The grove had over 300 teak trees with one banyan tree planted in the middle, and it was located in the close proximity to his house. This grove was his ancestral property, and he revered it a lot, as it was established by his father himself. He used to guard the grove all by himself, and there were a lot of wood thieves during those times. He used to spend most of the time inside that grove guarding it. One day, when he went to the toilet outside his house at around 3 a.m., he saw fire amidst the grove. Thinking that someone was intentionally trying to set his grove on fire, he rushed into the grove making a lot of noise. He followed the lights which led him to the banyan tree in the middle of the grove. He was shouting, "Hey, get the hell out of my grove or else!" He stopped shouting as soon as he had a view of that fire. He was shell-shocked to see a figure that resembled a man burning. He ran towards that man to help him, but as he neared, he saw that the man was not even flinching in spite of the heat of the flames. The man slowly went behind the banyan tree, and when Ganeshan followed him to know what was happening, he was nowhere to be found. Startled by what he had seen, he stood there for a while blank-minded. When he felt the heat of the fire on his wrist, he came back to his senses. Sensing something was wrong, he decided to leave the grove as soon as possible and started to walk back. While walking back, he saw someone on that tree in his peripheral vision. When he turned, he saw that burning figure hanging from the tree. He was scared to death by the scene and ran back to his house in fear. With a lot of questions clogging his mind, he didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, he explained what had happened the previous night to his friends and took them into the grove along with him. Everything looked normal, with a few burnt leaves near the banyan tree beyond the only exception. He showed them to his friends, who told him that some thief might have burnt them for heat. They suggested appointing a separate night watchman, to which he agreed. The next night, he was woken up at around 2 a.m. by knocking on the house door. When he opened it to see who it was, he saw the weeping face of his watchman. When he asked what went wrong, he said, "Did I wrong you in any way? Why did you put me in the guard of those wretched trees? I saw 4 men burning there. I went to help them, but I was wrong. Those are not humans. Those are something else." Ganeshan asked them to calm down, and they reluctantly walked into the grove again to see what was causing all this. As they neared the banyan tree, Ganeshan saw a man performing some ritual near that tree, and he was surrounded by 3 burning figures. When he asked the watchman, "You told me there were 4 figures, but I only see 3. Are you sure there were 4? He got no answer. When he turned to see why the watchman wasn't speaking up, he saw his face turned pale. The watchman seemed to be frozen with fear, looking at something near him. When he turned to see what he was looking at, he saw another burning figure staring at him. Its one eye was gouged out, and its body seemed to be completely burned. They were so scared that despite their attempts to shout, their voice never came out of their throats. That figure slowly moved near the other 3 figures. They rushed out of that grove without turning back to save their lives. After sending the watchman back to his house, Ganeshan went back to his house and slept. he was woken up by the wailing of the watchman's family. They were blaming and cursing him, and when he asked the reason for their bad behaviour, they told him that the watchman had hung himself from the banyan tree in his grove and died. Why did the watchman go to the grove again? What was the reason for his death? You'll know the answer to these questions in the second part. Ganeshan had a feeling of guilt for the death of his watchman, as he felt that the watchman died only because of him taking the latter into the grove again. He gave a ransom to the watchman's family and informed his dad about the things that were happening in the grove. His father yelled at him for not informing him earlier and went to the village leader's house. He explained everything to him and told his dad, "All of us will go to your grove tonight. Let us see what's happening there." Ganeshan, along with the village elders, camped inside the grove that night. There seemed to be no unusual occurrences until one of the elders complained of a sudden burning sensation on his hand. The others told him it could be because of a honeybee sting, but a section of the hand, which he complained of, started to show second-degree burns. It looked as if a man wearing hot iron gloves had held his hand. He was taken home by a few of the elders and his condition seemed to worsen. Later, Ganeshan's father had a similar burn on his arm, and they were not sure about what was causing these burns. The elders were dismayed by what they were seeing, and the clock struck 2 a.m. When Ganeshan turned towards the tree, he saw the black magician he had seen the previous night. He stood near the tree with the 4 burning figures he had seen earlier standing around him. He screamed in fear, which made the villagers turn toward him, and when they saw the magician, they rushed towards him to beat him up, thinking he was the cause of all the happenings in that grove. But as they got closer, they saw those figures themselves and stood frozen in fear. He told them that the thieves from the neighbouring village hid their loot in that tree. They had apparently died in an accident, and these 4 figures are their spirits, he added. When the elders asked him what should be done to free that grove from those spirits, he told them that the tree should be cut and burned. He also said that the tree can only be cut after a week, as few rituals were supposed to be done on it. He warned them that during the forthcoming week, those figures could kill people from their village and they should stay watchful. During that week, as he warned, over 12 villagers had hung themselves from that tree and died. The list included a 6-year-old girl, a pregnant woman, and an elderly woman in her 60s. Those people did not have any driving factor, and the cause for their decision still remains a mystery. On the first day of the very next week, the elders, along with the black magician, headed to Ganeshan's grove to cut that banyan tree. They proceeded to cut the tree after getting Ganeshan's approval, who, despite being reluctant at first of the emotional value the tree had, decided to let them cut it for the greater good. While cutting it, the elders heard a sound that resembled the wailing of a crowd of people and told the black magician about it. He told them to continue without paying much attention to it. They cut that tree together and burnt it. They were happy that no one else was harmed and continued with their daily lives. Everything seemed to be normal in the village for a week, after which everyone who cut the tree hung themselves to death on the same day and time. The people who died included Ganeshan's father, as well as the black magician. These people were financially settled and had no reason to kill themselves. The cause of their death still remains a mystery. As days passed, the villagers started feeling their harvest catch fire all on its own, right in front of their eyes. They started hearing the cries of people on the streets during the night. They tried seeking the help of almost all the priests in and around the village, but they seemed to be of no use. These occurrences eventually stopped on their own, and Ganeshan says that they don't know even now what caused all that ruckus, and how it stopped on its own. Shasha, a software developer aged 25, is the protagonist of this story. Born in India and brought up in Singapore, Shasha has been in constant topper, and this has led to her peers getting jealous of her. Opposed to her liking, she was forced to come back to her birth nation because of the demise of her maternal grandmother. Seeing the mental state of her grandmother after her husband's death, Shasha's mother decided to settle back in India. Like any typical unmarried Indian, Shasha lived with her parents while she searched for a job. She got lucky enough to land a good job within the first month of her search, and her office was at a commutable distance from her home. Her life was going peacefully until this event occurred. Although her initial days in India were worry-free, eventually she started noticing her family members becoming sick often. She didn't hear much attention, as it started with a common fever, but with time, things started getting a lot more serious. Her mother started complaining of severe stomachache, but despite multiple appointments with the best doctors in the town and prescribed scans, the cause of her ailment was never found. It was not just her mother, but her father had a similar ailment as well. But for him, it was his head instead of his stomach that had a constantly terrible ache. Imagine a 3 BHK condo where 2 bedrooms are almost always filled with your sick parents. This was Shasha's reality. Surprisingly, when she left for another city with her parents to attend a close friend's wedding, her parents' ailment disappeared magically, only for it to return when they returned home. But this time, she started having issues with her vision, which caused blind spots in her peripheral vision. She was barely surprised when she even had the best ophthalmologists in the city who couldn't figure out the cause. Despite her ailments, she continued to work as that was the only thing that gave her relief from her sorrows. One day after finishing her work, she came back home. She left her office by 5 p.m, and the next moment she saw her watch. It was 10 p.m. Did she magically teleport herself from the office, or was her body being controlled by something else? When she returned back home, her parents asked her the reason for turning up so late. When Shasha tried to explain, she backed out again for a few minutes, and when she came back to her senses, she saw her mom in a stunned state. When she asked what happened, she replied, "Why did you speak like a guy now?" Shasha thought her mother was pulling her leg and went into her room to sleep. But with time, she started having these blackout episodes quite often. This dented her reputation in her office, as she didn't know what she did during these episodes. Similar to her mom, her colleagues and friends complained of her speaking like a man and acting strange sporadically. With time, the frequency of her episodes skyrocketed, which caused her job. This, in turn, led Shasha into deep depression, giving her suicidal thoughts. With her parents suffering every day from an unknown ailment and her losing her job, her family eventually became financially weak. She wanted to leave that house immediately, as she felt that it was the cause of all the things happening in her life, but her mother didn't even show a remote interest in it. It was the 40th day after her grandmother's demise, and a priest visited her house to perform the 40th day rituals. The priest was visibly perplexed when he entered the house, and it became even more evident when he looked at Shasha. The rituals went as planned, but the priest's facial expression never changed. When he was about to leave, he asked Shasha's mom to bring her daughter to this place, as he felt something was wrong with Shasha. Her mother obliged and brought her to this place as she had asked. He greeted them, and after performing a few rituals, he went back to their house with them. They were surprised when he asked them about the ailments that they were going through, as he didn't say anything about it to him. He led them to a place near the house door and asked them to dig the ground, to which they obliged. During the process, they found 3 clay dolls. The dolls had blood on them, and they had pins pierced throughout them. One had a pin on its stomach region, the other on its head, and finally, the last one on its eye. This instantly made them understand the cause of their suffering. The priest burnt those dolls and told them that they had to perform a few rituals for 48 days. He also told Shasha that she was possessed by the spirit which was cast upon their family,
and warned her, saying, "You might die if we try exorcising you now. But even if we don't do it, the spirit will kill you." She and her family decided to take the risk and proceeded with the exorcism. Unlike in the movies, no spirit came out of her body during the process, but she stopped having those episodes after the process. Day after day, the family's sufferings reduced and they completely disappeared by the 48th day. Zorin, a well-established lawyer from Malaysia, is the protagonist of this story. Zorin is a single mother who tragically lost her husband to an accident after just 5 years of marriage. Because of her love for him, she continues to live alone with her daughter without marrying another person. She's a very strict mother and never compromises on her daughter's score, a characteristic of which her daughter ranks as solid proof. Zorin claims to have been blessed with psychic powers, and she claims that she can see spirits and demons and commune with them. She also claims to have used these powers to solve multiple tough-to-crack cases. Although these powers have helped me in many instances, they have given me a lot of sleepless nights and mental scars, she adds. One day, Zorin's daughter's best friend named Gayatri went missing after school, and a legal complaint was lodged by her parents. But despite the police officers trying their best, there were no clues about the missing girl for over 10 days. Her parents sought Zorin's help and requested her to take up the case, to which she obliged. Zorin was trying her best to figure out what had happened to the kid when she came across reports of a foul smell that resembled decaying meat being emitted from a local department store. She reached out to the police, asking them to check what was causing this foul emission. The police, after investigating, figured out that the smell was coming from the cooling ducts of the store, and on further investigation, they found the missing child's lifeless body inside the duct. The case was already a nationwide sensation, and the police proceeded to arrest the store owner. But this case was not straightforward. Records stated that the owner was not inside the country for a previous couple of weeks, the time period during which the kid went missing. Zorin, after seeking special permission from the police authorities, proceeded to investigate the detailed owner, who constantly pleaded innocence and told her that he was not aware of how the corpse ended up inside the store. Despite tracing multiple loose ends, the investigation always ended in nothingness. Frustrated with her incompetence, Zorin filed a petition in court, seeking permission to witness the post-mortem procedures on the kid's corpse, in person, in hopes of a solution to the case. The court accepted her petition and granted her the permission she had requested. The procedures took place on the very next day, and Zorin had a really hard time trying to control her tears while looking at the kid's body getting eviscerated. After all, this kid was her daughter's best friend. The body had a whole lot of deep, disturbing scars, and the doctors who performed the procedures speculated that the girl was brutally tortured and raped for at least 3 days before her death. Once the procedures were completed, Zorin was able to hear faint whispers of a young girl. She anxiously looked around to see who it was, but there was no young girl nearby. Thinking it was her mind playing tricks on her, a depressed Zorin went back to her home. That night, she went to sleep earlier than usual, only to be woken up by the whispers again. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gayatri's enraged spirit staring at her. Petrified at the sight, she tried speaking to the spectre. With every question she asked, Gayatri's spirit came closer to Zorin, saying "Mum." Her whispers gradually changed into wailing. Although terrified, Zorin was persistent in her questioning and never stopped her questions. Her attempts did not go in vain, as the spirit finally gave her the answers she was seeking. Zorin says that Gayatri's spirit told her, "I got a call from my boyfriend's number. When I answered it, I heard the voice of his friend instead. He told me that my boyfriend met with an accident and he wanted to see me. He told me he'd pick me up that evening and take me to the hospital. Extremely worried by what I heard, I grew gullible and agreed. He came in a car and picked me up as planned. My worries slowly turned into fear as the car went into a shady road. The car stopped near a warehouse, and when I refused to get down, two other guys came out of nowhere and pulled me into the warehouse forcefully. They tied me up and brutally raped me till I died. The spirit had apparently let Zorin know their identities and the warehouse where she was abducted. When asked about how her body ended up in the store, the spirit said, "One of the guys who raped me works in that store." Despite multiple attempts, the officers never believed in Zorin's claims and asked her to meet a good psychiatrist, thinking she was mentally ill. But Zorin did not give up, and with the help of her friend who worked in forensics, she gathered DNA evidence against those three bastards. She presented a report that the police officials couldn't reject, and finally, those bastards were arrested and put behind bars. I didn't reveal Zorin's real name as she is still practicing lawyer, and asked for her identity to be kept a secret. The story is hard to believe, but the records of this event, excluding the commune with the spirit, are officially recorded. Listening to this incident changed my opinion on ghosts. Maybe all spectres are not bad. It was my first night shift. Working extra at a gas station is pretty far from every boy's dream, but it pays the bills. I was hellbent on not having another opportunity slip out of my hands because of money. One small investment and a move to Minneapolis, and I would have had a 6-figure salary, but I just couldn't find the funds. So there I was, stocking the shelves at a gas station. Money is money, and there's plenty of future to go around, I figured. I'd worked a few day shifts before, so I knew the place well enough. However, I'd never been left alone for the night shift before. This was the first time I'd be completely unsupervised. Jada, my supervisor, was about to take off for the night. She kept repeating the same instructions over and over. Then again, this place had huge turnover. Maybe she honestly forgot I wasn't that new. "No phones," she urged. "If you have a slow night, make yourself useful. Nod and smile." I decided to get the worst tasks out of the way early. Cleaning the bathroom, restocking the freezers, taking out the trash, checking the receipt rolls, watering the plants. It took me about an hour. It wasn't even midnight yet, and I was pretty much done for the night. I considered mopping the floor, but I figured I could save that for later. I'd been useful enough. I was on my 4th game of teamfight tactics when I realised I'd forgotten my name tag. No big deal, really, but figured I might as well fetch it. The manager's office was usually locked, but tonight I had the keys to it. I opened the door and started going through the drawers. Didn't take long to find the name tags. There was an entire box of them. At first, I thought they were all blanks, but as I started going through them, I realised they were all previous employees. Sure, this place had high turnover, but this? We're talking to 100 people, easily. This was ridiculous. I admit, this is where I started asking myself some questions. During the day shift, there was always someone new. Someone being trained or interviewed. I'd only been there for about a week, and I was already feeling like a veteran. The only people who seemed to be regulars were the managers, Jada, Kennedy, and Alicia. They seemed decent enough, so why were so many people quitting? As I got behind the register, I realised there was a customer outside. Literally, just outside the door. I waved at them. There was something off. They were just standing there, but they were so close that the automated doors should have opened. And yet, the door remained closed. It was a man. Late 30s, scraggly beard, rough red shirt, bit of a chunky look with sunken bloodshot eyes and a natural frown. He just stared at me. I waved at him again, but I got no response. "Can I help you?" I called out. Nothing. Not a blink. I pulled out a chair and sat down. The man stayed outside looking in. I tried not to think about it, but it was bothering me. I couldn't see his car anywhere on the cameras, and he didn't seem to want anything. I couldn't tell if he was on drugs or just being weird. I gave him a few minutes, but he just stood there. Finally, I got up from my chair. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He didn't seem to listen. He was a bit shorter than me, but he had a good 50 pounds on me. He'd be trouble in a brawl. "I don't want to call the police," I said. Can I help you, sir? I pulled out my phone and held it up for him to see. I dialed the number and held it up for him to see, but still nothing. Then my phone rang. Unknown caller. It was just past midnight. Without letting the unnerving man out of my sight, I took the call. Yeah, I answered. Please don't hang up, the voice on the other end said. You're in danger, and I can help. I was getting nervous. I wandered back and forth, watching those bloodshot eyes follow me. Who is this? I asked. I'm Angie, the voice responded. I used to work there. Same shift, same managers. I wanted to warn you. I'd seen an Angie tag in the box earlier, maybe even several. She sounded young and nervous as hell. In a few hours, something terrible is going to happen, she continued. And if you're not out by then, you might as well be dead. What are you talking about? Look outside. I'd been looking outside this entire time, but I'd been entirely focused on this one man outside the front door. From across the road, I could see more people, about a dozen, lumbering out of the woods. I need you to leave, she said. Just walk out. Nothing will happen if you just walk away. Nothing will come for you. Who are these people? What's going to happen? I don't know what... Look, she interrupted. It's perfectly simple. Just walk out the door. Something in me screamed for me not to do it. That I shouldn't step outside and walk past these people. They felt malicious, and I couldn't put my finger on why. Still, I stepped up to the door. Leaving seemed like the obvious choice. Strangely, it didn't open. It won't open, I said. Hold on. They want to keep you in there. They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay and die. Die? I asked. What do you mean? I stopped my pacing. Something was wrong. Was I locked in? Tell me exactly what is about to happen, I demanded. Something is in there with you, Angie sighed. Could be 5 minutes, could be a few hours, but that thing in there is coming for you. And what thing are we talking about? The man with bloodshot eyes had 2 people joining him. A young man with a grotesque overbite, and a young woman who could easily be mistaken for a child. All of them stared at me with the same broken eyes and rough clothes. They stopped, inches short of the front door. It doesn't have a name, Andy said, but it'll leave you empty. It will leave you like the people out front. But if I leave, will I be okay? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Hold on, I'll check the back. I hurried out back to the employee entrance. I pressed down the cold handle and the door swung open. Outside were another group of 4 people. 2 young men, an older woman, and a girl no more than 16 years old. They all stared at me. I couldn't tell if they were drawn to me or the store. I stopped short of stepping through the door. Why do they come here? I asked Angie. They serve their master. They want the spoils. What spoils? What? I thought about it. She was talking about me. Right, I said, nodding to myself. I see. Are you at the back door? Are you there yet? Yeah, I'm here. Just walk out, she whispered. It's not too late. I was just about to walk out when a thought hit me. Why would they lock the front door but not the back? That didn't make any sense. If the purpose was to keep me there, they could easily barricade the back as well. Something didn't add up. The door is open, I said. Great, you can still make it. Why wouldn't they lock the back door, Angie? She hesitated, and there was a brief pause. If they're locking me in to hurt me, why wouldn't they lock the back door? I repeated. I don't know, she said, but you have to trust me. They gave me the keys, Angie. They go everywhere. I can lock and unlock this door 100 times. What's going on? They don't usually do that. I closed the door and stepped back. 4 less pairs of eyes staring at me. Look, said Angie, I was the last person to leave. They fucked up. I found a spare key and got out before it was too late. Maybe they figured I'd warn you. Maybe they're trying to trick you. Oh yeah, I chuckled. Convenient. I'm trying to help you, she cried out. Those things out there are to discourage you from going outside. They're harmless, but they're there to scare you. Can't you see? It's all just a way for them to keep you in there. I got one person screaming at me to go outside, and no one telling me to stay. No locked doors, just plenty of fucking creeps staring at me. What am I supposed to believe? Fine. You want more proof? Call the police. Hang up and call them. I ended the call. There were 8 people out front by now, all gathering outside the front door. I couldn't tell if they were trying to get in, or if they were waiting for me to step out. I called the emergency services, only to be met with silence. Not even a dial tone, just a blank nothing. I tried a few more numbers. My mom, my friends, I tried going online, but all I got was cached copies of sites I'd been to before. My background picture had changed to a black screen. But there was something else. Something had started to smell. The freshly stocked frozen goods had suddenly gone bad, and a stench was oozing out of the freezers. Our flowers by the counter had withered and died, all except the sunflowers, which had turned a sickly blue. I wasn't getting through to anyone. Being inside was awful. The single-serving frozen meals were making me gag. I figured I'd go for the landline. As I got in the manager's office, I got another call on my phone. Unknown caller. Looking back and forth between my phone and the landline, I weighed my options. I chose Angie. How are you getting through? I asked her. And how do you know my number? I still got the email password. I just checked your application. How come your number works? Everything else is down. I'm calling from a private network, she said. They don't know there's a way in. They? I asked. I thought it was just one thing. No, they're working together. People just don't go missing without someone noticing. So there's like an intelligence behind it? A conspiracy? Yeah. People come and go in these places all the time. Are they paying you under the table? They figured it was sort of a trial and no paperwork, no missing people, no records, just a box of name tags. It made sense in a way, but I needed more. I needed proof. There had to be something. Why didn't you call me earlier? I asked. You should have called me as soon as I got the job, or as soon as my shift started. I had to make sure Jada wasn't around, she said. She would have tried to trick you. I'm not sure you're not trying to trick me. Why would I spend my time calling you from across the country just to have you fail? She screamed. If I was part of this, I would have just let you sit with your goddamn teamfight tactics and die. She went quiet. So did I. I counted my breaths as I looked outside. There were more of them now. How did you know what I was playing? I asked. She didn't respond. The silence hung in the air. I'm asking you, how did you know what I was playing? She was just as quiet as the man with the bloodshot eyes, still waiting me outside the door. You're watching. You knew I was alone. You knew I was getting antsy about the guy showing up outside. Yeah, she sighed. You tried to get me out as soon as he showed up. You tried to trick me before there were too many of them to scare me off. That's not... She sighed. I could hear her heavy breathing. As I paced back and forth, I was getting ready to hang up. This was a trick. She was the one tricking me clearly, trying me to get outside to join those things. I know this looks bad, she said. I know. I'm sorry. I'm honestly just trying to help you. This time, I was the one keeping quiet. I walked up to the door, studying the people outside. Blank stares following my every move. I felt like a snake charmer, like they could snap out of it and tear me apart in the blink of an eye. As I said, I have the passwords for everything. I'm the only one who knows them. I just wanted to give you the best shot at getting out of there. I hoped they wouldn't come tonight, but as soon as they did, I had to do something. You're not being honest with me. I'm not lying, I'm just having a hard time explaining it. There's a lot of shit about this that all sounds completely insane. I don't want to throw you off the deep end. Give it to me straight, I demanded. Tell me what the fuck is coming for me. It's not a thing. Like, not real. It's there, but it's just... I don't know how to explain it. It just steps through. Steps through what? The world. The air. A ripple in time or something. It just steps in and it's there. And then it shoves some kind of mouth spike into your head and gargles up something inside. A mouth spike? What the hell are you? Yes, a spike. And no, I mean, it goes into your mouth. It doesn't have a mouth of its own. It just goes into you and gone. Game over. I didn't know what to think. My mind was a jumbled mess, and I felt my pulse rising and falling. There were over 18 people outside in various states of disarray, all of them just staring at me. If I just stepped outside, I'd know for sure. What does it look like? Does it... The lights flickered. There was a loud hum, a buzz, and then an electric failure. One of the fluorescent lights burned out, while the others just slowly dimmed to nothing. This was real. It was make or break by this point. Something was happening. The lights went out, I whispered. Is this... Now! Angie screamed. Get out now! I ran. I tripped and tumbled my way into the back room in complete darkness. I almost twisted my ankle as I bumped into the lunch table. I could barely hear my thoughts, and I had to remind myself to breathe. The roof of my mouth ached, as if anticipating a piercing pain. I could feel my head filling with blood and adrenaline, as my dry eyes refused to blink. As I put my hand on the back door, I made the mistake of pulling instead of pushing. It took me 3 times before a thought hit me. I couldn't see the sign on the door because of the darkness. In fact, I couldn't see anything. Nothing. Angie, I wheezed, putting my phone to my ear. You there? Hurry, she screamed. You can make it. How did you see it? The thing was huge. It just... No. How did you... You see it... How did you see it in complete darkness? You said the lights went out. It was right there. I can't even see the sign on the back door. How the hell did you see a spike? Look, And to add to that, how the hell do you know what it does with that spike? You've never seen the thing kill. You said you were the last one to work this shift, and the thing sure as hell didn't kill you. You're missing the point. It doesn't add up, Angie. None of this adds up. You couldn't have seen it, and there's no way for you to know how it kills. I stood there in the dark. I heard Angie panting on the other side, matching my breathing. You're lying to me, Angie. You're not trying to save me. She stopped breathing. For about a minute, it was just quiet. The call ended. A wave washed over me. I was either dead or saved. There was no in between. I was moments away from finding out. Every little sound shook me. A breeze just outside, a crackling wire, ventilation struggling to turn back on. I hadn't even noticed my hand was on the door handle. You lied to me, I said out loud. You did. I caught you. There was a sound coming from the other side of the door, a shuffling of feet. Yes, said Angie. From the other side of the door. I must have stood there for an hour until the power came back on. The people outside were gone. Angie was gone. My phone worked just fine, so I called everyone and just cried for help. The police found me locked in the bathroom in a full panic, and I barely even remember being escorted out. Cameras had picked up a mob gathering outside, but that was pretty much it. They couldn't be identified from the back of their heads. Jada and the other managers were called in, and they seemed genuinely surprised. I've since looked it up. 100 people starting and quitting their job in a place like that isn't uncommon. People come and go all the time. The managers honestly didn't know why people disappeared, it seems. Maybe this is just how things work. Maybe there's more than one Angie out there, preying on short-term workers. On the front door, there was no conspiracy there. The thing just jammed sometimes. Some kind of trouble with the wiring. If I'd messed with it just a bit more, the thing would have kicked wide open. That broken door was the only thing that saved me from joining them that night. I would have walked right out as soon as Angie asked me to. I worked there for another 4 months, but just day shifts and weekends. The night shift seemed to go off without a hitch, though. Maybe Angie and her friends moved on from an easy meal. I've saved up enough money for my move to Minneapolis, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't put this into writing. Looking back at it, it feels surreal. There are things out there. Things that want us to join them. A few years back, I got a text in the middle of the night. I was a high school senior, and my parents had pretty much given up on keeping me in check. As long as no one was getting hurt, they could focus all their attention on my 3 younger sisters. So there was little to keep me from sneaking out to see what the fuss was about. I met my friends down the path leading to Frog Lake. There were 6 of us, led by Brandon and his devotee Vicky. They were all gathered in a little group along the path, and it wasn't until I stepped up that I could see why. There was a dead body on the road. A middle-aged man. He'd been dead for a few hours, and judging from the tone of the others, they'd just found him like this. This unfortunate man had been reduced to a novelty. The others had already rifled through his pockets, and they had all agreed not to call the police. Instead, they were going to let someone discover him on their morning walk. But while the others were chatting about and getting grossed out, Brandon was making plans. They'd already taken all loose cash from the deceased man's wallet, but that wasn't quite enough. They were talking about putting lipstick on or giving him a weird haircut, but Brandon wasn't having it. He'd discovered him, and he wanted something special. "Vicky, give me your pencil," he finally said. "This will be good." She handed it over. Brandon carefully punctured the man's throat in 2 spots using the pencil. I was surprised to see so much blood run out, even though the man was already dead. "What are you doing?" protested Vicky. "Give me my pencil." The others just looked at the corpse, stunned. It looked like there'd been some kind of vampire attack, with 2 puncture wounds right on the artery. "This'll get him talking," grinned Brandon. "Fucking hilarious." There was an article about it the next day. Some old lady had found the dead man and noticed the wounds. She'd called the police. The cause of death was determined as some kind of aneurysm, but that's not what had people talking. The vampire bite was far more interesting. Brandon was so damn proud of itself. There was even a short national news segment about it. You remember the story about the Minnesota bloodsucker? Yeah, that was us. No vampire business, just shitty kids being shitty. Although the whole thing was debunked the moment you actually read the story. The headline was enough to bring national attention. But that's just where the story starts. Not a lot of people have heard about what happened next. Days later, I was meeting Vicky and her friends at a nearby gas station. Vicky had a car, and we were going out for Chinese food. There was this guy coming down the road, sprinting. He had these ragged clothes and looked just dreadful. Unkempt beard, wild hair, sunken eyes. He just ran right past us, like the devil was chasing him. He didn't even look at us. He just kept going with floppy shoes hanging on seemingly by willpower alone. All across town, similar people showed up. From second-hand accounts, I've counted at least 6 different people. All of them panicked and barely coherent. One ran into the local police station, another into the school cafeteria. Some were arrested, others dismissed, but they all said they were looking for the same thing. The Minnesota bloodsucker. The first time I talked to one of these people, I was standing in line at an ATM. At first I thought they were homeless. They looked the part. But when he came up to me, I could tell there was something strange about him. He had these tiny, tiny pupils. His eyes were almost completely white. He was shivering, and he had trouble keeping his balance. He was going through everyone in line, asking us one by one, "Do you know the bloodsucker?" When it was my turn, I didn't know how to answer. Instead, I just shrugged it off. "You know it's fake, right?" I scoffed. "He had an aneurysm." "No," he responded. "No, it's real. It's here. We gotta find it." He had this absolutely desperate look about him, like his life depended on it. He was on the verge of breaking into tears, keeping it all together by a thread. To me, it had all been a big inconvenience. A lie took a form of its own, but to this man, the bloodsucker was the realest thing in the world. Brandon and the others weren't paying attention to any of it. To them, desecrating a corpse had just been another day. They did this kind of thing all the time. Hell, Vicky was practically a vampire already. She was up all night with Brandon most days, missing class and partying like 4 times a week. From what I'd heard, she was taking some pretty nasty stuff. Pills. But people around town were getting a bit paranoid. They might have been able to convince themselves that it was all a hoax based on the articles, but with these people showing up, it was kicking up all kinds of rumours. People were putting their ears to the ground, paying attention, soaking up the rumours. And where there's rumours, there are angry and worried people calling the police. They started a neighborhood watch, and the police were pressured into taking action. Brandon had a house party broken up because of an anonymous tip that he knew the bloodsucker. Not that strange, considering Brandon was the bloodsucker in a sense. One Friday night, Brandon was calling us all to his place for a house party. Considering how the last one went, I wasn't interested. Besides, it was almost midnight, and I had cuddled up in my bed. I just ignored it. The next day, I went over to his place. We usually went out together for lunch on a Saturday, and he'd been unusually quiet. I got there around noon. Vicky's car was in the driveway. Brandon's parents had gotten him his own place about a year back. So there was no one around to check on him. Even so, I got a bad feeling. Vicky didn't like spending the night outside her place. When I stepped inside, I could tell something had gone down. There was a couch overturned, and there was a strange iron-like smell in the air. A glass table had been shattered, and dry flowers from a broken vase lay across the floor. A couple of blue sunflowers Vicky's gotten Brandon when he moved in. It looked like there'd been an insane fight. There was even some blood dripping from a spatter in the ceiling. How the hell did it get there? At first I didn't know what to do. I just stood there calling out for Brandon, or whoever might hear me. I got no response. There were no bodies, just an unlocked door and an absolute mess. I called the police right away. They took over, and I got to hear that several people had been reported missing. This was the first lead they had. There'd been at least 6 people there, 3 of which had been reported missing. They'd probably sneaked out in the middle of the night, and their parents hadn't noticed their empty beds. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. This had to do with the bloodsucker, but was it retaliation or something else? Having unknowingly dodged a bullet, I started getting paranoid. This did little to slow the rumours. Now there were even more people talking about the bloodsucker, and things were getting out of hand. Although this was mostly reported locally, there were interviews, articles, and missing people posters handed out all across town. Putting up a poster for Vicky and Brandon was one of the most surreal experiences of my life. It was like their pictures were staring at me through the paper, asking me where the hell I'd been that night. People were asking me questions. My parents, the police, social services. A lot of people had the impression that I knew something. And sure, I knew all about Brandon's prank on that dead body, but I wasn't telling. Not outright. Then again, I didn't see the relevance. It was just a stupid rumour. So I just shut up about it. I got through countless innocuous talks. They were all being so friendly and understanding, but constantly prodding me. It's as if they just couldn't believe that I had no idea where Brendan and the others had gone. We just want to talk, they all lied, to see how you're holding up. This painted an enormous target on my back. Everyone knew I spent time with Brandon and the others. So when days turned into weeks, people were growing desperate. I was getting dozens of calls a day. I remember once when the newspaper called to ask me about them, and I just screamed, "I don't know shit about anything. Maybe the bloodsucker got them. I don't know." Shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have. This just kicked up everything another notch. I was brought into the police station and interrogated. I was brought to the school counsellor with my parents. There were endless phone calls from newspapers and worried parents, as well as a few internet nut jobs. The Minnesota bloodsucker was turning into a headline. People don't just go missing by themselves. I stopped going to school. Those awful moments in between classes or when I walked around on my own just ruined my nerves. I imagined hearing people talking behind my back or some unknown presence looking at me from afar. This rumour about the bloodsucker had taken over my life. I thought about telling the truth. I really did. But when you've lied for weeks on end, you can't just start changing your story overnight. My parents got me a cheap car so I could go straight home from school. But cheap cars are cheap for a reason. And one night in late May, the thing broke down completely, just off the highway. I'd been a bit careless and spent some time after school with a friend. I'd had a few beers and probably shouldn't have been driving in the first place, so I was a bit anxious about calling for help. I had to manually push the car off the road. It was almost 8 p.m. and there was an awful wind blowing. drops of rain smattering across the windshield, and this cold howling sound echoing across the highway. There was a storm coming. Cars rushed by as I anguished about what to do. It was either call my parents, the police, or AAA. I finally settled on calling my parents. I had my thumb hovering over the number for a few minutes, trying to build up the courage. I'd been a pain in the ass lately, and this wasn't making things easier. The faint smell of beer didn't help. There was no way for me to prepare for what happened next. It was quick. One of the ragged men had walked up to the side of my car with a tire iron. As I pressed the call button, I was showered in glass. Hands reached for me through the broken window. I kicked and crawled into the passenger side, trying to get away. I didn't even notice my hands were bleeding. Looking back at it, I realized there were a lot of blanks. I was panicking. I have no memory of it, but I think I was screaming. I remember my throat being raw as soon as I came to. But there, in that moment, I was just trying to get away. But I remember one moment clearly. As I got out on the other side of the car, I met the gaze of the strange man who attacked me. This time, his eyes were completely white. It was as if he was looking straight through me or seeing something in me that I wasn't. But those eyes, they haunt me. That's one thing I can't forget. I just ran. Just off the road was a large grassy field leading into a pine forest. It was easy to follow in my footsteps, but what choice did I have? It was like I'd forgotten how to breathe. My body just got into this weird autopilot mode, and I just kept going. I could hear screaming, and there was rustling in the grass behind me. As I got to the edge of the forest, I went straight through the underbrush. I cut myself raw on every kind of bush and thorn there was. They went from one person to 4. It wasn't until I gained some distance that I heard they were actually calling out my name. It wasn't just screams. "Please," one of them screamed. "Please, sir, talk to us." They all said the same thing. They begged. They pleaded. Their screams went from panicked to furious to hopeless. They were just broken. I found a small hole, mostly covered by the side of a pine tree. I crawled in and reached for my phone, only to realize I'd dropped it in the car. It was probably still waiting for me to push down on my mom's number. I have no sense of how long I stayed there. Hours, probably. I heard them shuffling about, looking for me. One of them got dangerously close, brushing by the tree I was hiding next to. As they passed me by, I heard one of them muttering to themselves. "Gotta find them," they wheezed. "Gotta find them. Not too late. Gotta find them." I caught a glimpse of those white eyes through the roots and branches. I just closed my eyes, held my breath, and waited for it to be over, one way or another. At some point, the sky had gone dark. The wind had picked up, but the rain was still just trickling down. I couldn't hear any screams, and it had been at least an hour since I last saw one of them shuffling about. I got up, only to realize I didn't have the slightest idea where I was. Everything looks different in the dark. Fumbling about, I noticed the space between the trees growing larger. I might not be going the right way, but I was getting out of the forest at least. As I reached a small glade, I stumbled over something. I couldn't see what it was in the dark. Taking a moment to stop and listen, I noticed I'd stumbled over not just something, but someone. Someone gasping for air and coughing up blood. Hell no. The clouds parted, casting a slim ray of moonlight. In a short moment, I could see blood and a pair of white eyes looking up at me. It was a strange man who'd attacked me. This time, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at something behind me. I turned around. I could see their black silhouettes against the sky. 6 headless bodies floating in midair. I recognized their clothes. Arms and legs swaying back and forth in the wind. And there, standing in the middle of the glade, was a man. The memory comes to me as a fever dream. This Armani-flavoured businessman standing in the middle of the nowhere. Arms resting at his side, back straight in a stiff posture. Well-kept black hair. He had some sort of Mediterranean features, but it was hard to tell. But I couldn't peel my eyes off the floating bodies, held aloft by invisible strings, gently rocked by the wind. The man stepped up to me. I could barely breathe. It was as if my body forgot how to run. there was just something about his eyes that just made me freeze and wait for him to speak. He gently shook my hand with an ice-cold grip. It hurt my veins just to be near him. "You brought a lot of attention to me," he said. His voice dripped with threat. He had the kind of low voice that was just on the edge of turning into a growl, like hot chocolate, but so hot you'll burn your tongue. "I don't appreciate this level of scrutiny," he continued. "It ends now." I know," I wheezed. "I'm sorry." "Some woodsmen are seeking me," he said, eyeing the dying man I'd tripped over. "You and your acquaintances brought them here." It wasn't our choice," I stammered. They just..." He lost control. A monster seeping through the cracks. His skin turned white and cracked, like a snake shedding its marble skin. His eyes turned dark, his mouth unhinged, like revealing 3 full rows of razor-sharp teeth with 2 prominent fangs. In a moment, it was as if he grew by several feet. I wasn't looking straight at him anymore, I was looking up at him. "I am indifferent to your excuses." His fingers were so long, they almost wrapped around my neck twice. He could have popped my head like a grape. Instead, he slowly squeezed my neck and lifted me up. I could feel my pulse pounding against his fingers. "You will tell them all it was you. You will tell them there's nothing in the dark. You will lie." I tried to nod, but I couldn't. I was standing on top of my toes, trying not to break my neck. "You will lie." I was thrown to the ground. I tried forcing air into my lungs. Through the tears that had welled up in my eyes, I saw the vague shape of the monstrous man picking up the bleeding person I'd stumbled over earlier. Maybe he'd been saved as a snack. The last thing I remember before running blindly into the woods was the sound of a cracking neck and blood pouring out of a shivering body like a fucking juice box. Blood reflecting off of pale skin. Bright drops dripping into ocean. Unblinking black eyes. 6 headless victims, held hostage by some unseen force, saw me turn my back on them, and I ran like a bat out of hell. The next morning, I lied. I told everyone about all the prank. I told them it was all this stupid thing that got out of hand, and I told them I had no idea what was going on. I lied about Brandon and the others, saying I didn't know what had happened. I lied about my car, saying I'd walked home, and that someone must have broken into it while I was gone. I lied about everything, and I still couldn't sleep at night. If there was even the slight chance that I'd missed something or outed that thing in any way, I'd be dead. I was sure of it. Now, a few years down the line, I feel like it's time to speak up. An anonymous post online is as far as I'm willing to take this, but it's a start. I've left that town behind, the whole state. But every now and then, I get an email or a strange friend request, someone asking uncomfortable questions, and to this day, I lie. It weighs on me, but I'm just a fucking person. I'm not cut out to face that kind of thing. Not again. We wanted to do something special for Lindsay's birthday. She turned 30 just as the COVID lockdown came into effect, so we missed a big one. So when the stars finally aligned and our calendars synced up, we decided we were going to get something special. A girls' night out, for the first time in years. Lindsay always had a bit of a dark streak. Her birthday is just 1 week before Halloween, so by then, everything is pumpkin flavoured and covered in plastic spiderwebs. Spooky things were just part of her aesthetic. And even as a mother of 2, we'd still hear sporting a skull necklace or pentagram earrings every now and then. But we were running out of time. We couldn't decide what to do. Some of us could set aside the whole weekend, others had to work or be home by midnight. It was getting difficult to settle on a single thing that would fit everyone. That is, until Aggie found something that was just perfect. An escape room. We all met up on a Saturday. It was me, Dawn, Aggie and Lindsay. After a fancy dinner and a long walk, we arrived at the Apostle Collective building. They'd opened about a year ago, and they'd been booked solid all spring long. That we managed to book a room this close to Halloween was nothing short of a miracle. Some of you have probably heard about them. They're sort of a chain. They got like 5 locations, most of them in Minnesota. The place was spot on. It didn't just have the classic Halloween stuff, but smoke machines, hidden speakers, projectors, the whole kit. The staff were dressed up in prosthetics, looking like old-time zombie carnival workers. We stepped in, they checked our booking, and gave us a little box of free popcorn. Lindsay was ecstatic. We told the staff it was all for her birthday, so they paid a little extra attention to her. She deserved it. As we stepped up to the door, they gave us an introduction. You're stepping into the box of the goddess grinning witch, we were told. This is our longest, scariest room yet. Pretty much brand new, apart from playtesters. You were lucky to get a booking the other group cancelled last minute. Either way, all you need to solve it can be found in there. Just try not to break any furniture or move something that's been bolted down. None of the clues will require a lot of force, so you wouldn't have to break anything or exert yourself. Are there actors? Dawn asked. You can tell us, right? I can, but I won't. Whatever happens, you won't be harmed. Something might reach for you, chase you, touch you, but no harm, so please try to keep that in mind. Are you leaving the door open? Aggie asked. Can we leave at any time? Just knock or send us a text. The door locks automatically, but we can open it remotely with the click of a button. Just lock. So what's the story? What's our deal? Interrupted Lindsay. Ghouls? Ghosts? Vampires? I was so happy to see Lindsay like that. She could barely stand still. The box of the goddess grinning witch is about a cruel witch who has trapped 4 souls in a little box. As they scramble to get out, they start realizing they're not alone. The souls have to find a way out while avoiding the monstrous beings trapped in there with them. There were no more hints, and part of the experience was going into it knowing just 2 things. We had been captured, and we weren't alone. Aggie kept her phone so she could text for hints and reach the staff if necessary. The rest of us put ours away. This was going to be an intense game, with a solved time average of about 4 hours. That said, we were allowed to stay past midnight, and if we solved it without a hint, we got a very special prize. We could also send them a text to pause the game for a bathroom break. We put away our coats. Dawn did a little stretch, and Lindsay was visibly shaking with excitement. This was going to be good. I was the last one to step inside. Just as the door closed behind us, I noticed the staff members suddenly look off to the side. Their brow furrowed as they stepped back. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Then the door slammed shut. There was something off, but I didn't want to alarm anyone. They were so excited, and the game was just getting started. It was a black, windowless room. Lindsay was being chatty, but Dawn and Aggie were kind of wondering what the hell they'd agreed to. After a few seconds, there was this chilling laugh, followed by a light. They'd installed a video projector in the ceiling. The entire room lit up as we looked up to see a video of an impossibly large woman looking down on us, like we were the size of a Rubik's Cube in her hand. She had these sunken eyes, joyless, and a wide grin that stretched ear to ear. Clearly CGI. Far above her, we could see the full moon. As an effect, it was pretty impressive. I think she's based on a local legend, said Aggie. Some kind of pilgrim myth. I've heard about this. As the grinning witch put her hand over us, the room went dark once again, and electric torches flared up along the walls. The game was on. There were all kinds of items all around. Paintings, carpets, chests, tables with strange runes, classic escape room stuff. We all split up and started looking through whatever we could first get our hands on. Aggie found some sort of pamphlet and started calling our names. Dawn found a set of numbers under a chair. Lindsay was just soaking up the atmosphere, trying to find clues in the paintings. About 30 minutes in, there was this awful sound. A rattling cage, followed by snapping metal. There was a loud moan and approaching footsteps. There were a few spots in the room that were obvious hiding places, so we hurried inside. Lindsay couldn't stop giggling, and even I felt my pulse racing a bit. But nothing happened. The pre-recorded noises came and went. There was this disconnect, like a pair of real footsteps were supposed to sort of take over the sound, but nothing happened. We just hid for a couple of minutes, and then stepped out. Did we miss something? Dawn asked. There was a pregnant pause as we looked around the room. Nothing. Strange. We'd made decent progress. We found a set of keys that opened a chest, which revealed a blacklight disguised as a candle. Using it, we found a set of codes to decipher using a set of runes. We found out there was a touchpad behind a painting, which we could use to write a code that, in turn, opened a small side room full of clues. So yeah, decent progress. Then again, we heard strange noises. Rattling chains, loud moans, and thundering footsteps. We figured this was it. That the previous one had just been a warning, so again, we rushed to our hiding spaces. And again, nothing happened. This time, something was clearly broken. There was a recorded voice coming from the ceiling. "I think he likes you," it whispered. "Like hell he does," Aggie frowned. "He's not coming out." "Relatable," grinned Dawn. "I'm using the bathroom. Text him." Aggie texted the staff as Dawn pulled on the door. It was still locked. "Wait," Aggie said. "They haven't responded yet." Dawn knocked on the door. There was no response. No sound. "Still nothing," said Aggie. "No one." Something turned in my stomach. That sudden pinch of worry that something had gone terribly wrong. As Dawn kept pulling on the door, Lindsay stopped smiling. The pep in her step had faded. "Is this part of it?" Lindsay asked. "Is it a meta thing? Are you in on it?" "No," I protested. "It's just one of those auto-locking doors, and they forgot to set it open. Right? It's probably nothing, right?" "No response," sighed Aggie, holding up a phone. "I'm calling Hank." As the others gathered round Aggie, I stepped away for a second. Aggie's husband, Hank, wasn't picking up. I put my ear up against the walls and listened, figuring I might be able to hear the staff chit-chatting in the room next over. It was supposed to be actors here, or staff just outside. Something about this wasn't adding up. As I leaned against the wall listening, I heard footsteps again. But this time, they didn't sound pre-recorded. I hurried to the others, holding a finger to my lips. "Listen," I mouthed. There was a slit in the wall where a door could open from the other side. Someone was coming this way. "Is that them?" Dawn asked. "Is that..." Those were big steps. Really big, heavy steps. Without knowing who was coming, we all just silently agreed that this whole thing felt completely off. No one knew what to do. "Hide," Dawn hissed. There were plenty of things to hide behind, but the room was small. They'd find us in no time. Despite that, Lindsay and I hid in the small side room. We shut the door, held our breath, and waited. Dawn was small enough to fit in the chest, while Aggie hid behind a curtain in the back of the room. In the low light, it might just work. As the door slid open, I could hear heavy breathing. Big, dragging feet and a weird, wet snorting noise. A clear scratching sound as something sharp was pulled across the floor. "Please pick the small one first, Byron," a hoarse voice wheezed. "Go on, pick it." A pig-like screech echoed through the room in response. This wasn't a recording. This was coming from whoever was in the room. There really was something else, something big. I heard the sudden sound of tearing fabric and a scream. This awful, drawn-out death scream. A shrieking, pleading terror as someone was physically dragged out of the room. I'd never heard anything like it, and it was impossible to tell who it was. Then, with a thud, it all went silent. The door was closed. Lindsay and I peeked out. The curtain that Aggie had hid behind had been torn down. She was gone. There was blood. We found Dawn curled up in a chest, shivering. She couldn't make eye contact. When we tried to snap her out of it, she just screamed and clawed at us. Her eyes were wild, and she was barely breathing. "Did you see anything?" Lindsay whispered. What was it?" Dawn just shook her head. I could see there was a crack in the wooden chest. She might have been able to see something. We just weren't getting through to her. "I'm not waiting for that to come back," Lindsay said. "Help me get the lights." What? I shivered. The lights. They can't find us in the dark. We went torch by torch and shut it all down. The room went completely dark, and we gathered by Dawn's hiding spot. We crouched next to her, trying to calm her down. It's part of it, right? Said Dawn. Is Aggie in on it? Are you just fucking with me? No, something's wrong, I whispered back. I'm sorry, Dawn. There's... Bullshit, wheezed Lindsay. This is fucking bullshit. And I'm not. Who's got the phone? We all went quiet. Aggie was the one with the phone. There has to be fucking something, said Lindsay. Feel around. For what? I wheezed. Where? I don't know. How the fuck should I know? Just try. Do something. I stepped up to the door. Still locked and no one outside. I started feeling around, only to find 2 cables. It might just be a light or something, but there was another possibility. Look, maybe the door is locked until we text them or time is up. What if the door unlocks? Like, what if it unlocks when we solve it? It won't work, sighed Lindsay. There are some things in here that require a staff member to manually click something open with a button. Some clues just won't work without it. I don't think there's anyone out there anymore. What about fire escapes? You can't just lock people in a room. I could hear Lindsay sink down to the floor. This was a mistake, she cried. All of it. The side door slammed open again. Big, heaving footsteps came in. Even in the complete dark, we could tell there was someone huge in here with us. Someone who smelled like dirt. Again, something sharp scraped across the floor. Byron, get another one, a voice laughed. Whichever you like. I just pushed myself up against the wall and turned my head on the side. I tried making myself as fast as possible. I knew Lindsay was doing the same. Dawn, on the other hand, was panicking. No, she coughed. No. A loud pig-like snort. The scraping thing was lifted off the ground. I heard 2 feet firmly planting in the ground as if something heavy was lifted, and Dawn fell to the ground with a thud. She tried to talk, but she'd had all the wind knocked out of her. Instead, she just tried to get away. I heard a loud exhale, the kind of sound where someone gets something heavy dropped on them. And in the seconds that followed, I heard this large being, Byron, violently drag Dawn out of the room. To the untrained ear, her scream was almost the same as Aggie's. As the door slammed shut again, I could hear Lindsay sobbing just a few feet away. I couldn't move. My body was stopping me from comforting her, and I'd been so tense my neck was stiff from pushing my face against the wall. For what felt like hours, we just waited. It was probably just minutes. Finally, Lindsay got up. She fumbled her way over to one of the tables, flipped it on its side, and broke her leg off. Then she did it again and handed the second leg to me. Don't just let them, she said. Okay? Yeah, I nodded. Yeah, no, I won't. I started to hyperventilate as my fingers wrapped around the slippery wood. There was no way I could use this. My hands were so sweaty, the thing was falling out of my grip. I couldn't fight. Not with that. Not against whatever was taking us out one by one. Maybe barricade the door, she said. Yeah, wait. It was a good idea, but it was too dark. And I could hear the footsteps coming again. Faster this time, determined. The thing entered on its own. No guiding voice. Lindsay and I held hands and pushed ourselves up against the wall. I couldn't hear it dragging anything this time, but I could hear lips smacking. Followed by these high-pitched micro-grunts. Whatever it was loud, and it was munching on something. It wandered around for a while, feeling around the table, the chest, and even the little side room. After a few minutes, it seemed satisfied not to have found us and headed back to the door. Just as I was about to exit, we hit the 90-minute mark. The game, partly automated, was still running. The projector came on again, displaying this large woman on the ceiling. The entire room lit up. It immediately saw us. The thing was easily 6'8". It was dressed in the sort of torn varsity jacket with filthy mud-covered jeans. There were long strands of black fur poking out of every cut and tear in its clothes, making it look like a badly stuffed scarecrow. It wasn't fully human. His head looked like a boar. It looked like right at us, its snout twitching with excitement. He had these small dark eyes. I'll never forget how, when it looked at me, they lit up with nothing but joy. No matter the species, you can just tell. It was looking forward to this. There was no fear, no malice, just unbridled violent joy. Like a kid tearing into a Happy Meal. Meeting my eyes, the thing just screamed like a wounded pig and charged. I stepped on my own feet and stumbled backwards. Hadn't it been for Lindsay still holding my hand, I would have gone down like a sack of flour. Instead, I barely stayed on my feet as we rushed to the other side of the room. "Still down there, playthings?" the recording in the ceiling spoke. "Will you not give up?" As the video played above us, the light in the room shifted. Whenever she was more in frame, the lights grew more distant. When she moved back, the full moon came into view. "He'll get you, playthings," the narration continued. "It's so futile." There was blood on his jacket. Fresh blood. As the video finished, we ran a full lap of the room. We were back at the door, and this time, he was charging straight ahead. At the last second, Lindsay let go of my hand, and we fell to the side. The boar man ran straight into the door. It seemed to upset him, as he focused all his rage on it. Pounding, tearing, biting, all the while roaring like a wounded animal. His joy was gone. This was frustrating. Hunger. It didn't take him long to break the door open, and as light flooded in, he turned to look down the hall. The brightness from the street outside seemed to scare him as he took off out the back. Lindsay and I stayed on the floor for a couple seconds, just to ensure ourselves that the thing was gone. We eventually crawled out the door, ready to run. There were bloody handprints on the walls, something resembling a fingernail. Blood spatter on the ceiling. We ignored it all, got up, and went straight for the exit. Come on. I'd sprained my ankle, and Lindsay was bleeding from her hand. We were about 40 feet from the door when we heard that voice again. The voice that had guided the boar man. Neither of us turned to see him. We just kept going. "Tell them," he screamed. "Tell them there will be no carnival games in the name of her ladyship. Tell them to fear. Tell them all. Tell them to fear the grinning witch." He laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Lindsay pulled me along, and all I wanted to do was collapse and cry. We burst through the doors and into the night, and far behind us, the laughter faded. Putting it all in writing feels a bit weird, like I'm telling someone else's story. But Lindsay is as real as the last time I met her, and I don't think we'll ever overcome the trauma. I still feel myself stopping at random times, listening for footsteps. Lindsay has developed some sort of claustrophobia. No more locked doors ever. The police chalked it all up as an armed robbery. The security cameras picked up 4 intruders getting in through the back door. 3 hooded figures and a large masked man in a varsity jacket. The case was handed off to a special unit and promptly dropped. We didn't get any updates after that. It wasn't filed as kidnapping or murder or similar. All they could prove was the break-in, but as far as what happened to Dawn, Aggie, and the staff members, no one knows. There was no car speeding off into the night. There were no witnesses. They seemingly vanished into thin air. It is true that the Grinning Witch was a bit of a local legend. A witch that collected cursed animals and people and put them all in a box. The escape room barely had anything to do with it though. It was just loosely based on that idea. But somehow, that was enough to draw out some kind of hate sect. But I'll never forget the man with the boar head. No matter how I think about it, no matter how I try to wrap my head around it, I can't stop thinking about him. That was no man in a mask. That snout was wet, and those teeth were real. Nut jobs are everywhere, but that thing? No. No, it couldn't be. It literally couldn't be. I don't think this will ever be resolved. Why would it be? Things like this don't just happen. they don't. But this time, they did. I feel like time is kind of doing its own thing. When I was in school, which I finished in 2016, a day felt like it lasted ages, and that I could do so much in one day. For example, I could easily go to school for 6 hours, get back home, about half an hour by bus, eat something, do some homework and or some revision, play on my PlayStation, and with friends for a couple of hours, and then go back to the school's football pitch to play with my friends in person for another few hours. Then, time started going extremely fast once I finished school. It often felt like a week would go in the time of a normal day while I was at school. I felt like I could barely do anything in one day, and it just felt like time was going faster and faster. It basically feels like some years have been skipped. By this I mean mid-2016, when I finished school, to 2019. It legitimately felt like these years have gone in like a month. 22 was kind of a mix. Sometimes it felt like a month flew by, other times a day lasted for ages, like it did when I was in school. If someone was to ask me when I finished school, my first thought would be to say a year or two ago, even though it's been almost 5 years. This has been happening no matter how busy or free I am. Now, I always heard a lot of adults and elderly people say that the older you get, the faster time flies by, so I assumed that's what was going on. However, time recently started to feel normal again. By this, I mean that it feels the same as when I was in school. I feel like I can do so much again. Time started to feel normal around November/December. Why is this happening? Is this happening to anyone else? Is there a way to fix this? My parents and I go to this church, which was built in the 1800s. And as my dad is the pastor, I end up spending quite a lot of time there. We've been going there for almost 7 years, a time in which I experienced quite a few things that I can't explain. It's mainly been stuff like the sound of doors opening or closing, or getting locked or unlocked, people chatting or singing in another room, the sound of children playing and laughing, the sound of footsteps, and other similar stuff. However, I never saw anything or anyone, and everything would be the same as before. I think it's worth mentioning that these things happened while I was there by myself. Anyway, I once went there with my mum as she forgot something and she didn't want to go by herself. I needed to go to the toilet, so I went to do my business while she was looking for her stuff. I didn't lock the door as my mum knew I was in there and she could have used the other toilet if she needed to go. However, the door just opened by itself. I literally saw the door handle go down by itself, and then the door opened by itself quite violently. I managed to stop it when it was about a quarter of the way open, but it still opened with quite a high amount of force. After I finished, I asked my mum if it was her, and she said no. It was only then I realised I didn't hear any footsteps, on a floor where footsteps are quite obvious. I explained what happened to my mum, but she said it was just the wind and the door mechanism playing tricks on me, which didn't make sense. I went back to the exact same door a few days later, closed it, and tried to open it without touching the handle, but I couldn't. The door simply wouldn't open, no matter how hard I pushed it or the amount of force I used, meaning it was definitely not the wind. My older brother died on June 1st. About 2 months before his death, I started seeing a shadow person walking from the kitchen to the bathroom. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal, but my boyfriend has never experienced anything. I never said anything to him about it because I'm not sure he believed me when I would tell him about the things I'd see and hear. My purse was also thrown out of my dresser and landed on the foot of my bed. There's 5 feet between them. One day, I'm sitting on the couch and my boyfriend looks at me and says, "I've been seeing a person-like shadow walking from the kitchen to the bathroom, but it's only in my periphery, and when I try to focus on it, it just disappears. I just saw one behind you." For him to see something I've been seeing actually was a relief. About 2 weeks before my brother died, I also had a friend tell me they see the same thing while at my house. The home was built in the early 1930s, but there's never been any activity. A few days before my brother's death, I was standing in the kitchen. I could feel someone with me, but it was almost comforting. They said my name by my right ear. The voice was male and almost a whisper. It startled me so much, I jumped and said, "I hate it when you do that." After his death, there were no more experiences. I've always had a very deep connection to my brother. He caused an accident when I was 14 that claimed the life of a young lady. I was over 1,000 miles away, but I just knew it. It was late at night and I was hysterical. I started calling friends and family and asking them not to let him do whatever it was I was feeling. The next morning, I got one of the worst calls I've ever had. He had killed a woman in the accident and wasn't expected to live. How did I know? Another time, I had a dream about him being lost in a forest running, but unable to find his way out. The next day, I started calling hospitals and police stations until I finally found him. He had lay on the floor in the bathroom for 3 days after a night of partying. He had internal bleeding. Blood had settled in one of his kidneys. He had to be on dialysis. Again, how did I know? But I always knew when something was really wrong. I've been thinking about my brother a lot in those 2 months before his death. At this point, we were 6 years estranged because of his lifestyle. I knew something was wrong, but what was the shadow about? I just don't understand seeing this thing weeks before he died and then everything just stopped after his death. Was it a warning? Were they trying to tell me something and I just wasn't listening? Any thoughts on this subject are welcome. A couple of years ago, I had come home from a typical day of work and had to run out quickly again to do whatever errand I had for the afternoon. I live alone, but occasionally have my kids with me. I have a corner lot in an older suburban development and am surrounded by really good neighbours. The woman across the street from me on the small side street was in her mid-90s at the time. She was actually somewhat active for her age, frequently going out late at night and driving herself most of the time. Whenever I would see her in her driveway, I would make it a point to say hello and ask if she needed anything. In addition to being somewhat active, she was also very witty. She always knew my name and noticed things like a new car whenever I would pick one up or something that I cleaned up in the yard. If we happened to see each other when we were in our cars, either pulling in or pulling out of our driveways, which faced each other, she would simply make it a point to wave in a very generous way and smile. I got to know her sons a little, but they are both about 20 years older than me. We didn't have much in common, but we would chat whenever they would stop by to see her, and both of us happened to be outside. Probably around 4 to 5 months prior to this incident, I told one of them that she was out the other night, as he had stopped by but she wasn't home. He was surprised to learn that she had still been driving herself. I didn't think anything of it, because she never seemed to have any problems, and seemed to be very with it. Soon after that, her car was gone, and the two men started checking on her more regularly, even though one of them had to drive a couple of hours to get here. So getting back to this sunny afternoon, I pulled out of my driveway to go about my business, and I saw her sitting in her driveway with a white suit, bluish blouse, and sunglasses on. I pulled away slowly and waved to her as I always did. She didn't wave back. Rather, she used one hand as a visor, as if she was trying to make out what she was seeing, despite it being me, who she'd seen hundreds of times before and being only about 20 yards away. I sort of shrugged my shoulders, didn't think anything of it, and went about my day. This was midweek, and to this day, I don't know if it was on a Tuesday or Wednesday. I wouldn't have ever given it a second thought because it didn't matter. That is, until that Saturday. I came home from whatever it was I was doing, and both of the boys were there with their families and trucks. I figured they were either there to celebrate something, or move her possibly closer to them, or into a nursing home or somewhere else. Of course, I went over to say hello and asked what was going on. The older one told me that she had passed away unexpectedly of a heart attack. I was shocked and told him that I had just seen her in the driveway and had waved to her. He said that it had happened around 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Rather than being overwhelmed by fear or anxiety, My mind immediately went back to seeing her that day. I still don't know if I had been one of the last people to see her alive, somewhere in the neighbourhood of 12 to 13 hours before she'd passed, or if I was one of the first to see her after passing. Wondering if anyone else has had these type of experiences. When I was a little girl, like from a toddler through to 10 years old, I'd be scared to death to sleep alone. My parents were pretty nice to let me sleep in between them on their calking most nights. There were a few nights that I remember extremely well, ones that have haunted me for years. I've even researched the previous owners of our home with no luck. One night, I was laying in between Mum and Dad in their bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to feel sleepy. Mum and Dad had already drifted off to sleep, and I could hear our grandfather clock start chiming from the living room. All of a sudden, a glow could be seen from the hallway, and then as I entered the room, I freaked out. Standing at the foot of the bed was a tall, slender apparition of a pretty woman with red hair, wearing a long, flowing yellow dress with a flower in her hair. It was either a dark pink or red flower, but I'm sure it was hibiscus. I immediately sat up and woke my parents up. Well, my mum was the only one who agreed to deal with me. I was yelling and asking her who that lady was. Where did she come from? Why is she here? All my mum could say that she's so sorry and she can't see any woman. I was adamant and pointing and still couldn't see. The woman just stood there standing for a few minutes and then disappeared. She came back a couple more times, but then as I got older, never again. I actually got used to her when she did grow up and would talk to her while my parents slept without any response from her ever. While I was still scared, as long as my parents were right next to me, I don't think I was in any danger from her. To this day, I remember exactly what she looks like. The other day, I asked my 82-year-old mom if she remembered those nights. She looked at me completely shocked and alarmed, almost like she had just seen a ghost and told me, "I don't want to talk about that right now." But she did acknowledge that she did remember those nights. About a week or so ago, I had some strange dreams. I lost my dad in 2012. Whenever I dream of him, it seems very real, as if it isn't a dream at all. What I mean is, the two of us are doing things that we normally would have done when he was alive. They aren't mixtures of different visuals or random people doing strange things that don't make sense. They are, in fact, very pleasant and comforting. So last week, I had a rather weird one. People who I know have passed on, former teachers, neighbours, etc., were in it. They were talking with each other and knew that I was there, but sort of just looking at me but not really engaging in any type of conversation. I can't even recall what they were saying. The weirder thing was that a couple of them were holding keys. Skeleton keys. I felt like it was weird, but didn't think too much of it, other than the fact that it was so vivid, and I remembered it so well over the next couple of days. Here's where it all came back to me. Just yesterday, I decided to get my daily exercise by walking. Rather than taking the dog, which I normally would do, I decided to go on my own and make it a long one. As I was entering a local park by way of a service road, I thought I saw a skeleton key laying along the side of the road. At that point, I walked over to it, and the conversations that some of the people in my dream had started coming to me. They weren't anything out of the ordinary, just things like what they ate and how nice the weather was. I knew at that moment that I was remarking on the weather with my girlfriend on that day that I had the dream. No big deal. I always try to make sense of my dreams and connect them to my activities that day. I had no idea if it was really what they said in the dream or if my imagination was starting to make things up. I stared at the key for a second and then just shook my head and smiled. It wasn't a key at all, but just a piece of rust. Literally, before I could turn back to the direction in which I was walking, a loud sports car with blaring music came around the bend at a high rate of speed, right through the section of the road that I was standing on before I saw what I thought was a key. It scared the hell out of me. I had my AirPods in and never would have heard it. It's very unusual for anyone to drive through that park that fast. It took me about a minute to wait for my heart to stop racing. At that point, I turned around and walked home. It took the wind out of me and literally exhausted me. As a kid, I was scared of pretty much everything. At night, I'd see faces moving in the wallpaper. I'd see branches slither like snakes. Piles of clothes turned to slumped bodies. Lamps looked like heads, and the front of cars grinned at me with sinister intent. I could also hear them. A creaking door would sound like a groan. The wind would scream, and floorboards would breathe heavy sighs. To me, there were ghouls, ghosts, and monsters around every corner. Needless to say, I was a nervous kid. Turns out, it wasn't just an active imagination. I have a condition. It basically boils down to chronic overactive pareidolia. You know that thing where you can see faces in cars, or shapes of people in trees? That's pareidolia. It's a sort of defense mechanism that humans have evolved to notice camouflaged creatures, like jaguars and snakes, and to discern the sounds of encroaching predators. But to me, it's about 16 times more noticeable than what is normal for the average person. I see things everywhere, all the time. Of course, there were treatments. By age 12, I had tried 6 different regimens over a total of 4 years, and these side effects were brutal. Some would make me irritable, while others would make me hyper-focused. One type of medication just straight up put me to sleep. By age 18, I thought I'd never get a job. I was barely dragging myself through school, and there was no way I'd make it through college. I was on a course of drugs that barely kept me together, but they also gave me these awful tics. I'd drop things. I'd wake up in the middle of the night. My leg would shoot out and trip me. I was a mess. My mum had to cover the stairs and handrail with a grip tape. A few years ago, I had a standing meeting with the county employment services every Thursday. I hated it. On a particular bad day, my mum had to drive me there. The meds were kicking my ass. She dropped me off at the end of the street, and just in that short walk to the office, I almost tripped into a brick wall. I was so flustered, I knocked over a trash can. But for the first time in a couple of years, I had an interview with a potential employer. I didn't think much of her. She was just some old woman in a warm coat. She introduced herself as Teresa and told me that she'd heard a lot about me. She offered me a trial and a hefty one-time payment. I didn't get a clear idea about what I was supposed to do, but she told me that secrecy was part of it. The only demand she had was that I stop taking my meds. Still feeling the trash smell on my pants, I took Teresa up on her offer. On my first day of work, no idea what to expect. I'd been off my meds for a week, and I barely slept. It was hard to wrap my head around the world as I'd seen it as a kid. I'd see faces in the walls, in the shadows, in the leaves, in patterns pretty much everywhere. I'd hear voices and screams in every braking car, in crinkling paper, in creaking floors. It was hard to stay focused, and I was so jumpy I could barely move without flinching. Teresa picked me up in a grey sedan. She was wearing a headset and kept looking over at the GPS. I noticed her leg was twitching and that she kept biting her lip. She barely looked at me the whole ride. We finally arrived at a small yard, about a 40-minute drive off the highway. There were 2 large trailers and a single-story, run-down prefab house from the 60s. One of those things with cheap wood panels and matching broken windows. There were 8 other vehicles in the yard. 4 sedans, 2 vans, a jeep and a bus. They'd set up warning tape, a command tent with laptops and an antenna, spotlights, and half a dozen crates covered with blue tarps. There were armed men with assault rifles, security personnel with handcuffs, and a couple of medics standing by with first aid kits and stretchers. I was swarmed as soon as I stepped out of the car. They fitted me with a headset, protective gloves, a heart monitor, and tagged me, with a plastic ribbon around my left wrist. All the while, Teresa was just looking around, a bead of sweat stinging her eye. "What are we looking at?" she asked. "3? 4? "Just one," I heard in the headset. "We got it early. You got the spot?" "On site," she responded. "Any blues?" "No blues. We're clear." Teresa finally turned to me. She faced me, put her hands on my shoulders, and talked slowly. "This seems like a lot," she said. "All I want you to do is go inside, carefully, and tell me what you see." "Why?" I asked. "What's in there?" "I don't know," she sighed. "None of us know, but we think you can see it." "Is it dangerous?" She shook her head. "We don't know. We're trying to get to know them." There was a flurry of instructions. I had to sign a waiver. They took pictures of me from 6 different angles and took several blood samples. They took a swab from my tongue, checked my eyes, and fitted me with a pair of safety goggles. Teresa took them from me just seconds later. "Nothing around the eyes," she said. "You need to see clearly." They asked me to approach the door while they were running some kind of diagnostic. Weapon checks, system checks, ready checks. Felt like we were launching a rocket. I could feel my legs shaking. "I'm with you all the way," Teresa said over the headset. "You can leave at any time. Just tell me what you see. And I really mean what you see." The countdown began. At 0, the spotlights turned on and the entire yard turned into a soundless ghost town. Everyone held their breath. It was my turn. I stepped inside. A simple 1-story house. 3 rooms, a bathroom, a kitchen. Someone had clearly lived there until recently. There were still clothes flung over a chair in the living room. The power was off, but the pale spotlights coming in through the windows made it feel like I was walking through a hospital waiting room. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I didn't know what to expect, but this payday could be the boost I needed to get my own place. Paycheck with 4 zeros for a single day of work. But standing there, looking into the sterile living room, I was having doubts. "What do you see?" asked Teresa. "Notice anything?" "No, just furniture. A couch, an old TV, a fancy carpet. Nothing out of the ordinary." I just walked around, saying out loud what I was seeing. As the minutes passed, Teresa was getting impatient. "These are just things," she said. "I need you to tell me what you really see." I entered the bathroom and immediately felt this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. A noise tickled my ear. Looking in the bathroom mirror, I could see something moving behind me. In a heartbeat, I caught a glimpse of a pair of blue eyes. I turned around, screaming, Something moved!" I flung myself backwards, closing the bathroom door with the tip of my fingers. I stumbled, tearing down the shower curtains and crushing a cockroach. Laying there with my feet in the air, I tried to remember to breathe. Rarely have I ever been so scared that I had to remind myself to breathe. My fingers tingled with adrenaline. "Tell me what you saw," Teresa yelled. "What's in there?" "Blue eyes. It had blue eyes." "Did you see where it went?" I didn't. To the best of my knowledge, it was still outside the door. "Look again," she continued. "Look again, and then get out." She had to coax me out of the bathtub. She encouraged me, spurred me on, and reminded me that I had to leave that room one way or the other. It probably took them 15 minutes to get me out of the tub, and when they did, I could barely feel my feet. When I finally opened the bathroom door, I couldn't see anyone. The hallway was empty. I carefully stepped out, looking around. Nothing. Standing in the middle of the living room, I felt like an idiot. This was exactly what I was taking my medication for: paranoia and sudden bouts of fear. It dawned on me that maybe I was influenced by all the people outside and their preparations. I was walking in here expecting to see something. They'd worked me up, so of course I was seeing things. But then again, there was an odd painting on the wall that I hadn't paid attention to earlier. It was the strangest thing. It was sort of a thrift store painting, showing 2 women walking across a bridge on a hot summer's day. It was sort of generic, but I'd been hyper-vigilant when I first stepped in. You know that feeling when you say a word over and over so many times that it sounds like a noise? That's the feeling that fell over my eyes. The picture started to blur and disappear, turning into swirling colours. And there, in that blur, I saw those blue eyes. There were small blue spots in the water, on the sides of the bridge in the painting. That's what I'd seen. And there, I'd seen a face. Something blending into my sight and disappearing. And for a second, I knew for certain that I hadn't seen this painting when I first stepped inside. And now, it knew that I could see it. I felt it. I slowly started to back out. "There's something in the painting," I whispered. "In the living room." "You sure?" Teresa asked. "Absolutely sure?" Absolutely. Get out." I rounded the corner and heard the floorboards creak. I could no longer see the painting, but I could sense something move. Backing out of the front door and into the cool autumn air, I could feel hands on my shoulder. Armed men pulled me back, and paramedics started to check my eyes with flashlights. They asked me all sorts of personal questions, like my name, my mother's maiden name, and the name of the president. I was told to lay down as I heard a team breach the house with stun guns, cattle prods, nets, and a crate. Laying there and feeling the pressure subside, I just cried and laughed. I didn't even notice Teresa sitting down next to me. I was given a cold drink and a pill, and I took it without a question. "You did good," she said. "You're done. You're done." "What was that? What's in there?" "Something only a special mind can see." That was my first time working with Teresa. Over the coming years, I'd be called in about once or twice a month, and the pay I got from those few days were enough to get me out of my parents' house. Teresa would check in on me weekly, and I had to submit to regular checkups, but more often than not, I was completely off the leash. I started to learn a bit more about the company I was working for and what they were doing. I started getting payments from Hatchet Biotechnica, a subsidiary of Hatchet Pharmaceuticals. My official title was contractor, a title that was repeated like a name. Teresa started going into greater details on what to look for and how to act, but that first mission was a sort of test to prove myself. I had no idea what I was actually proving, but it felt like my tendency to discern patterns and seeing dangers helped me along. I learned a bit more about their procedures. For example, they were adamant about checking for blues. This meant surveying the nearby area to look for some kind of infection, usually taking the form of discoloured flowers, most often blue. But not always. Sometimes tulips, most often sunflowers. Once they just found a bunch of teeth sticking out of the wall. Whenever they checked for blues, this is what they would look for. Something overtly strange and unnatural. When something like this was found, the whole mission would be called off, and they would use controlled explosives just to take out the entire area. In more populated areas, they'd set up tents and use flamethrowers. I remember once, the week before Christmas, when 6 men with flamethrowers were called in to burn down a greenhouse. I'll never forget the way the flames reflected off their visors. To them, it all just looked like flames, but I saw something else. I saw bodies wreathing in the flames. I heard screams on the shattered glass, and in the charred remains of melted plastic, I'd see painted faces glaring at me with hateful black eyes. Up until a few months ago, I had worked a total of 33 cases over 2.5 years. Every case, I'd step into a location and look for one of the 3 things hiding in plain sight. Up until that point, I still had no idea what they actually were. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of something running past me, or see a pair of blue eyes looking at me from across the room. Every time, I just reported it and left. A chair, a fridge, a suspicious window. Hell, once it was a music box. This time, we were just coming up to a house. It was a rainy autumn evening, and the area was already set up when we got there. I saw a for sale sign knocked over by one of the jeeps who'd taken a wide turn. I got suited up, blood samples, plastic wrap, all that jazz. It was set up to be just another job. Although I was still nervous, I was getting better. No blues? Asked Teresa. None, said one of the armed men. We're looking at a single tango. You sure? Teresa squinted. First report said 6. Secondary reading says none. We might have runners. Notify the Galapagos, she sighed. Put him on the hunt. She turned to me with a smile, tapping me on my shoulder. In and out. You got this. I got this, I repeated. Yeah. Standard routine. Countdown, spotlights, game on. Felt like stepping onto a stage. As I walked through the door and saw my shadow stretch out across the floor, I felt like a hunter. That I was the one to fear, and that whatever stayed in this house tried to hide for good reason. The floor's crooked, I noted. Strange place. You sure? Yeah, I nodded. Definitely. I steadied myself and started checking the rooms one by one. I waited for that feeling to emerge. My eyes see through the obvious and see the picture beneath the picture. The blue eyes emerging from nothing, and the patterns of shadowy figures growing clearer. Just relaxing and expecting that feeling to wash over me was enough to put me at ease. But I could still feel a primal part of me tickling my nerves, expecting me to panic. But nothing happened. I checked the kitchen, the living room, the bedroom. There was nothing. Just a strangely crooked floor, empty rooms, and the echo of my own footsteps. An empty guest bedroom with a single window. Through it, I imagined scowling faces in the trees outside. 20 minutes passed, and I got nothing. I reported to Teresa, and she assured me we were still getting readings from inside the house. Something was still in there with me, but I hadn't seen anything. I went through cycles of denial, fear, and anger over and over. What was I missing? Finally, I just sat down in the middle of the living room floor. I scratched my eyes, sighed, and tried to relax. Teresa, I'm not feeling it. Are you sure? There was no response. Teresa? Yeah, she responded, absent-mindedly. Yeah, no, We're good. Hold on for a minute. We're good? I asked. What do you mean, we're good? Again, no response. I stomped around for another 10 minutes before I went up to a window facing the front yard. It was hard to see through the glare of the spotlight. Teresa? I'm coming out. The place is empty. As soon as I opened the front door, I saw 24 faces fixed on me. Maybe they were surprised to see me, but I got the sense that there was something else. I could tell something was off. They all looked at me with strange expressions. Some neutral, some smiling ear to ear. One of the paramedics just stared at me with slack-jawed terror. It was as if they didn't know what to feel or how to express it. A hole sunk through my stomach. I got that hollow feeling as my eyes glazed over, like I was staring at something else, something hiding a pattern. This was the sense I'd been looking for inside, and now I was feeling it. In the far back, I saw Teresa. She stepped out from behind a jeep, smiling ear to ear. Behind the shape of her face, her eyes emerged, glowing with a cold blue. One by one, their eyes flared up in a blue glow. And there in a moment, my paranoid sight registered human-like shapes in the grass around them. Headless, mauled bodies. Imposters, lookalikes, mimics. Nightmare beings having tricked us into a trap. One by one, smiles started creeping across their faces. Rows of impossibly sharp teeth hiding long tongues. Their fingers growing longer, their necks elongating. They were losing their disguises and facing me, head on, unafraid. Nothing was said out loud, not a word. But to me, it was as if the wind itself was screaming for me to run. I slammed the door behind me and ran. Faces were coming out of the walls, door handles turning into hands, grasping at my clothes. My distorted face reflects in windows and mirrors with jawless grins. I couldn't blink. Every heartbeat, a new horror forced my eyes open. There were more doors than I remembered. There were more windows than there should be. The kitchen suddenly had a skylight, and there were 4 fridges. Countless paintings had appeared in the master bedroom, depicting cruel and blood-drenched horrors. They were already here, trying to surround me, and my mind was racing to remember what was real and what wasn't. Rushing to the back of the guest bedroom, I remembered there being only one window. Now, there were two. I had to roll the dice, take a guess, do something. As I grabbed the window frame, I imagined teeth slamming into my hands, tongues licking across my palms, wide smiles saying their hunger. But this time, it was just my imagination. I burst through the window and took off running into the woods. Through the night, I just kept going. My chest hurt from holding the screams in. Without my medication, everything in the dark looked like something reaching for me, trying to eat me, trying to grab me. Creaking benches sounded like laughter, and howling winds were screams. I must have run for hours when my foot got caught between two rocks. As I tumbled to the ground, twisting my ankle, I saw them descend on me. I felt their fingers scratching me. I writhed on the ground, screaming for them to just let me go. To just please, please let me go. But after a few seconds, I realized I had just scratched myself on the underbrush. There was no one there. I was safe. I broke down crying, trying to ignore the twisted face reflecting off the full moon above. Eventually, I made my way home. There were no messages waiting for me. All my work numbers had been taken offline. All ways to contact them were gone, and there was no info on the firm that hired me. Hatchet Biotechnica exists only on paper. There's no location, no contact info, and no names attached. It's all a front. I haven't heard from Teresa since. I think that whoever I've been working for has just assumed I'm dead. That's why I decided to share this anonymously. Those who know who I am can reach out to me, and for those who don't, I just have a word of warning. Be observant. Trust your intuition. It might save your life. This happened today at work. I'm currently TDY at a military base in Kansas, Fort Riley. This building is on the airfield and not the main post. This happened midday today, and there was nobody around but me. I had walked next door from my office to the next building over to go talk to someone and grab a drink. Turns out, the person I was looking for wasn't there. The entire building was empty except for me. I walked to the kitchen and grabbed my drink from the snack fund with no issues, except an uneasy feeling. This is unusual for me because I've been here for a couple of months and never had off feelings. I turned around and walked out the kitchen door and down an open hallway where the exterior glass door was. Just as I reached to push the door open, I saw my reflection and someone else standing behind me. I got all the way out the door and held it open, expecting someone to come out behind me. I hadn't thought about the fact the building was empty until I turned around to see who it was. Nobody. I paused and actually shook my head as I was confused and really expected someone to be behind me. I went back and told my coworker about what happened. She believed me. Turns out that people stationed here full-time have had multiple experiences in the building, and they keep it amongst themselves and only share with people who bring it up. Partially to keep from sounding crazy, and to make sure stories remain true and don't get blown out of proportion. I haven't confirmed this yet, but apparently in World War II, the building was used as a temporary morgue to house bodies of soldiers, waiting, processing after getting back to the area. Significantly creepy. I've tried to debunk what I saw with light and darker furniture or things in that direction, but I can't. This entity was right behind me in the reflection, and there's nothing in there that can make that sort of a reflection, that close. I'm only at this base another week, and I might go hang out with the night shift guys and get keys to the building next door, to see if I can do a nighttime investigation. Although I'm not super keen on doing an investigation by myself. So a couple of years ago, I worked at a hospital as security. As part of the security duties for the second shift, it was to lock all the doors downstairs in the basement of the hospital. The type of things down there ranged from offices, supply rooms, bathrooms, and the morgue. So one night, I went down to the basement, which is basically a big rectangle, locked all the doors, and just as I was making a right to take the stairs up, I noticed someone walk out of the corner in what looked like blue scrubs, take about 5 steps into the one of the doors I locked. They didn't open the door or anything, they just walked right in. As security, I couldn't just brush this off because recently we had people steal from the supply room, so I had to check it out, especially since it was after hours. As I walked up to the door, I immediately got goosebumps because this specific door was 1, an automatic locking door that can only be accessed by ID clearance, and 2, I didn't see the individual pull out an ID, which you have to do to get in. You pull out your ID, scan, and wait for the green light to pop up, and then open the door. I literally just saw someone take about 5 steps into the door like it was wide open, which it wasn't. This door automatically locks and closes itself. So I think to myself, well, if somehow someone accessed the door after hours, they aren't allowed to, so this might be the person that's stealing stuff. If a nurse or someone needs to go to the supply room, they call security, and security escorts them because of stealing incidents. So I pull out my ID, scan it, and open the door. I walked in and saw nobody. Then I opened all the closet doors to confirm nobody was hiding, and then immediately got the fuck out, because I was 100% sure I just saw a ghost. Later that night I got a call from the ER department to escort a nurse down to the supply room, and we made sweet, sweet love. Lol, I wish. What actually happened was I escorted her down to the basement into the supply room and told her what I saw. She then shuffled through some boxes in the supply room and pulled out the same exact looking light blue scrubs that I saw the ghost wearing. Except they weren't scrubs, they were the blue gowns patients wear inside the hospital. So what I saw that night was a patient ghost walking around the basement. After this experience, I definitely believe in ghosts in the afterlife. Till this day, I kick myself for not looking at the cameras that night. Last summer, my grandmother was put into palliative care as her health began to decline. I had already booked vacation time off near the end of August to go home. It was about a week before I was due home when my father called me to tell me that I need to come as soon as possible. Today, if possible. I changed my flight and left that night. I arrived home 12 hours later and went straight to the palliative care centre, meeting my parents, sisters, aunts and uncles. I'd spoken on the phone to my grandmother around 4 days prior, but at this point, she could barely say a word, as she was in and out of consciousness. I crept in, leaned over, and whispered in her ear. She opened her eyes and in the slightest whisper said my name. I gave her a kiss and she went back to sleep. She was waiting for me to get home. Over the next 2 days, we encouraged her to move on. She would have bouts of semi-awareness where she would seemingly be talking to my grandfather, who passed a few years prior. 2 nights after I arrived, she passed on. I was never really sad though. She was 94 and had lived a great life. There was no reason to prolong the inevitable. My father and I decided that I need not to stay around for the funeral, as I had to get back to work, so I flew back west. Out of my immediate family, I've always been the more open and deep one. I love researching spirituality, ancient history, often lost in thoughts of who we are and why we are here. I believe in reincarnation and that our bodies are animated by spirits, but I'm not religious. About a week after I was home, I had a rather frightening dream. I was at our old cottage in Nova Scotia where my grandmother was born. I spent my summers there growing up. I remember being in my grandparents' room when a lady in a black veil approached me. I knew it was my grandmother, but it terrified me and I awoke. The next night, I again dreamt I was at the cottage. This time I was in the room next to my grandparents. I was rifling through a cabinet with file folders looking for something. Next, the scene cut to the living room, and my grandmother was there in white. but she looked younger. But I never knew her, and yet I knew this was her. We sat on the floor and had great discussions about life and death, and what it means to be alive. Unfortunately, I don't consciously remember the details of the conversation. I feel she came to me because of my affinity with these subjects. Anyway, that was the first and only time I've been visited in a dream that I'm aware of. The validity of this encounter, to me, is without question. Everything started in my old apartment right after I had my daughter. For the longest time, me and my roommate would hear and see things. My roommate would be in her bed with the door open reading, and she'd see little blue lights come up the stairs and into my bedroom during the day. There was one time that I heard what sounded like a towing chain fall to the ground, but we didn't have one. I looked all over our apartment and didn't see anything that could have made that kind of sound. I've also had things thrown from one room into another room as I was cleaning. Well after I had my daughter, I had these weird feelings like I shouldn't be touching her. It was as if every time I picked her up, I had this feeling like something was going to attack me for touching my child. When I tried to explain this to my husband and his friend, they both laughed at me and said I was crazy. But in the same moment, a crack came from the ceiling where the baby bed was on the second story, and my daughter started screaming. I ran upstairs and grabbed her, and came down and just cried because no one believed me and I didn't know what to do. 2 months later, we bought our new house. Everything seemed fine for a long period of time. When my daughter turned 4, she started telling me how there was a man named Dwayne in her room. When I asked her what he looked like, she responded, "He's brown with a white shirt." So when I asked her, "Does he say or do anything when you're in there with him?" she just said no. He just watches and smiles at me while I play. So I let it go. Then a couple of months later, she started talking about what she called the silly guy. The way that she described him was not so silly. She told me that they were black and had red eyes. She even told me that the dad was the mean one. So because I'm a full believer in the paranormal, I took it on myself to start carrying a Bible around her room and yelling things at it. I basically yelled that I had no permission in the name of Jesus Christ to touch my daughter, and that it was no longer welcome in my home. It's been a few years since then, and all has been quiet. My daughter is now 11. In December, we started renovating the inside of our home. I went to my daughter's bedroom and saw what I thought was her leg on her bed. And I asked her to please get out of bed. Your dad and I need your help. I continued talking to her and then walked out of the room. When I came into the living room, I looked out the front door. And there's my daughter walking through the front door. I stopped and said, "No fucking way." I went to her room immediately and saw no one was in her bed. My husband and his brother just laughed at me and said I was being stupid. A month later, I woke up at 12:30 or so, and our dog is staring at my dresser and growling. There was nothing there. And just last week, I picked my daughter up from her grandparents' house and noticed that our house was completely dark from the outside. But as soon as my daughter walked to her room, she yelled, "Mom, something's wrong." I walked to her room and she opened her door. Her colourful disco ball was going off. She's had sleepovers before with it going off, and you can see it through the blinds. It was pitch black when we pulled in. I have no clue what's going on, but I feel like it's attached itself to her and just remind me it's still there. I have no clue what to do about it. About 2 years ago, I personally believed something entered my house. I was in my room, and a family friend was coming over to grab something. I unlocked the door so they wouldn't have to knock or anything. They live really close by, so about 5 minutes later, I hear the door open and my dog started barking and bolting downstairs as per usual. Then I heard the creaking of someone walking up the stairs and heading into the living room. As they walked up the stairs, I clearly heard in their voice them shout, "Hello?" So I shouted hi back and said I'd be down in a few minutes. So about 2 minutes later, I hear the doorbell ring and my dog starts barking and running down the stairs again. So I went down confused. When I got to the door, I saw a family friend outside it, and the door was now locked. I unlocked and opened the door and asked, "Oh, did you forget something?" And he just looked at me confused and said, "I just got here." Confused, I peeked into the living room and saw no one was there. I was still confused, but brushed it off and just continued on with the day. Although the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it seems. Think about it. Something opened the door, locked it, mimicked the person's voice perfectly, then walked upstairs and disappeared. And I know I didn't just hear something, as my dog reacted to it too. And doors can't just lock themselves. I tend to tell this story to people who will listen. Some think I just heard something or imagined it, but others truly believed me. I don't know what happened that day myself, if I'm being honest. I'm a healthcare professional working at a small hospital in a rural area of the Midwest, in the USA. It's not unusual for me to see 6 to 8 patients a day. Occasionally, you run into a patient who you really hit it off with, where it seems as if you've known each other for years. That's how my story starts. At my hospital, we have what's called a joint program for patients who are having elective hip or knee replacements done. I was scheduled to see this lady, who we can just call Doris, for the last time before she was discharged home later that same date. As I've said, Doris and I really hit it off. In the process of helping her prepare to head home, I asked what made her finally decide to get her knee replacement done. She explained that she had been to a doctor many times for knee pain and finally decided to follow his suggestion after they found what they described as little beads around her knee in her x-rays, likely bone or cartilage. I teased her by suggesting that, the aliens probably put them in there. Doris didn't miss a beat. She told me that she wanted to show me something and asked me to grab her iPad for her. After doing so, she pulls up pictures of some of her cattle that had been mutilated in the way you usually see on the alien TV shows, documentaries and so on. I'm talking patches of skin taken out in perfect circles around the eyes, missing tongues, desiccated insides with perfect hide, missing rectum or udders, no blood, all of that. I was honestly too shocked to speak much at first. I asked Doris who or what she thought was doing it. She stated she had absolutely no idea, but that she was sure it wasn't the government, because they could easily come to any of the cattle auctions and buy cattle, and no one would be any the wiser. She said she thought it was an intimidation tactic to leave the cattle behind like that to be found the next day. She also said that it seems they rotate around the cattle ranches in the area every year or so. Her ranch will go a few years unmolested, while her neighbours will have problems. Also, she stated that it always seems to occur on what she called those weird holidays, by which I'm guessing she meant equinoxes, solstices, and so on. She said that sometimes her husband will hear a loud whooshing wind sound above his head, outside as well. I'm a therapist in a small rural hospital in the Midwest. This experience occurred during one of our COVID waves in the month of September in 2020. I had a patient on my caseload at the time who I'll refer to as Herbie. Herbie was an older man who unfortunately had caught COVID and wasn't doing well with it. My job was to come visit with him during his stay to assist him with completing exercises, using the restroom, getting cleaned up, etc., to help him stay active in the hopes that if he recovered, he wouldn't be too debilitated. Unfortunately, this wasn't to be. Herbie and I had a good rapport. We were both Catholics and enjoyed talking about the various goings-on in our diocese, talking about the priests, some of the beautiful older churches in our area, and discussing his life up until that point. He had just finished on a cabin that he was planning on spending the remainder of his life in, and really missed his dog. I remember Justice Ginsburg had recently passed away, and this was on the news every time I came to see him. Herbie's health did begin to take a turn for the worse, but I was sure to make him time to come see him, even just to do something simple so I would have the opportunity to keep him company for a little while. He had been in the hospital for a week at this point. We assured each other of our prayers every time we had to say goodbye. My manager needed my help on our inpatient rehabilitation floor one day, and I was unable to see him. Late that night, I sat down to pray the rosary. I'm pretty serious about my faith, and so I sometimes like to set the mood, so to speak, when I pray, to aid in my meditation on the mysteries. I'll sometimes light some candles and burn some incense to create a chapel-like atmosphere. It had to have been a Tuesday, because I was praying the sorrowful mysteries. I couldn't keep my mind off Herbie the entire time I was praying, and was distracted to the point that I stopped to try and clear my mind. I noticed that the incense I was burning was producing an uninterrupted flow of smoke all the way up to my ceiling, with no breaks or curling. Yet my 2 candles were flickering like crazy. The vibe in the room really changed when I noticed that, but I refocused and then finished the rosary. Still though, I was unable to keep my mind off Herbie. When I finished, I put my rosary away and sat there for a few minutes to think about what was happening. The incense and the candles were still acting strangely. I didn't feel a chill or anything like that, but then I heard a very strange sound that I can't really explain. The best way I can say it is that I had a garbled or guttural quality to it. Me hearing a sound at all is pretty unusual because I have profound hearing loss, and without my hearing aids in, there's a lot of noises that I simply will not hear. Then, my phone at the opposite end of the room from me began to go off. I get up to shut the thing off and I'm feeling pretty on edge. My phone was on the Google Assistant screen where you can talk to it and have it look things up or whatever, and the time read 1:17 AM. At this point, I have an idea of what may have happened, and I'm sure anyone reading this does too. I fell asleep that night praying Hail Marys for Herbie. The next morning, the very first thing I did when I signed onto our patient information program was look up Herbie. He had indeed passed away that night at 1:12 AM. I was stunned. I went to the nurse's station at our COVID wing to try to get some information about what had happened that night, but of course there was another crew of nurses there. I heard through the grapevine months later that there were many patients who begged for time with a priest for last rites, anointing of the sick and so on, but these requests were ignored or denied since there was a strict no visitor policy in effect at the time. Besides that, I don't think the diocese would have allowed priests to enter the building anyway. I'll leave my opinions on that whole situation to the side for now. I've sat on this story for a few years and have only shared it with family and some of my close friends. It had an effect on me that I struggle to explain. I considered going to a priest to discuss it, but I've never worked up the nerve to do so. I just don't think any of the priests in my area would be very helpful. And if I'm being brutally honest, I'm still carrying a stone in my heart that the priests did not advocate more strongly for our dying patients at the time. It feels nice to get the story out in a somewhat more public way. Wondering if anyone else has had these types of experiences. When I was a little girl, like a toddler through to 10 years, I'd be scared to death to sleep alone. My parents were pretty nice to let me sleep in between them on their calking most nights. There were a few nights that I remember extremely well, ones that have haunted me for years. I've even researched the previous owners of our home with no luck. One night I was laying in between Mom and Dad in their bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to feel sleepy. Mom and Dad had already drifted off to sleep, and I could hear our grandfather clock start chiming from the living room. All of a sudden, a glow could be seen from the hallway, and then as it entered the room, I freaked out. Standing at the foot of the bed was a tall, slender apparition of a pretty woman with red hair, wearing a long, flowing yellow dress with a flower in her hair. It was either a dark pink or red flower, but I'm sure it was a hibiscus. I immediately sat up and woke my parents up. Well, my mom was the only one who agreed to deal with me. I was yelling and asking her who that lady was, where did she come from, and why is she here? All my mum could say that she's so sorry and she can't see any woman. I was adamant and pointing, and still Mum couldn't see. The woman just stood there staring for a few minutes and then disappeared. She came back a couple more times, but then as I got older, never again. I actually got used to her when she did show up and would talk to her while my parents slept, without any response from her ever. While I was still scared, as long as my parents were next to me, I didn't think I was in any danger from her. To this day, I remember exactly what she looks like. The other day, I asked my 82-year-old mom if she remembered those nights. She looked at me completely shocked and alarmed, almost like she had just seen a ghost, and told me, "I don't want to talk about that right now." But she did acknowledge that she did remember those nights. I've been struggling with anxiety and depression for the past years, but this went to break more than usual. And this afternoon, for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to take one long trip down memory lane. So, I plugged in my external DVD reader and started looking at old photos and videos from when I was 10 to 15. I'm 24 now. I stumbled upon a picture from 2006, Christmas Day, with me, my sister, my uncle, and two second-degree cousins whom I just met for the first time. It's not important, but they were 24 and 22 at the time, and were the sons of the aunt's sister. I was watching all these old photos with my mother and sister. After feeding my need of watching old embarrassing photos of my family from back in the day, I went outside for a smoke. When I came back, my mom was literally shouting when I rang the bell that the weirdest thing just happened. She was cleaning the kitchen table, and my father's cell phone was on the table alongside other things. And she just piled them up together and moved them on the chair that was nearby. After 10 seconds, the phone started saying something of the likes, "The number you're trying to reach is non-existent." My father picked the phone up, and it was trying to call my dead aunt's old number, which was saved in my dad's contact list from all those years ago. It hadn't been used since. He freaked out on how it was possible, because the phone unlocks with the pin of the fingerprint. And anyhow, even if it magically unlocked, it should have at least tried to automatically call one of the last dialed numbers, not a number that hadn't been used in 9 years. We're all pretty freaked out by this experience. Kinda gives us the chills. I've never told anyone about this, except my mom, because I don't think anyone else would believe me. When I was 13 or so, my parents drove our family from Texas to Virginia to visit family. My mom is all about things being educational and killing two birds with one stone, so one of our stops was in Gettysburg. We took a day to tour the town and the battlefields, and then were supposed to stay in a B&B that night. The B&B was located either right on or very, very close to one of the battlefields. The entire town was super creepy, and the B&B had a weird feel to it, like there was a tension in the air. We checked in, and everyone went to bed. Around 3 AM, I woke up, completely alert. Despite it being mid-July in a 19th century building, with a window unit AC that limped along just enough to keep the temperature below 80, the room was ice cold, and there was someone standing next to me. I'm very glad I had the presence of mind to not open my eyes, or even move an inch. I'm pretty sure it knew I was awake anyways, because after about 30 seconds, I could feel it lean down and look me straight in the face. It didn't like me or my family. It wanted us out. I could feel how angry it was. After a while, it left my side of the bed and went to look at my brother, my dad, and my mom. It stayed longest by my dad, and for some reason, I could tell because I could feel its footsteps on the floor. There wasn't a sound, but there was the definite feel of heavy feet on the floorboards. It came back around to me again and stood for a long time. Very close, very hateful. Then it was just gone. I can't tell you how I knew it hated us and wanted us gone. It was just like the feeling you get when someone is angry at you, but but you don't know why and you're scared to ask, turned up to 11. I kept this to myself until about 18 months ago, when I told my mom that I hated Gettysburg and wouldn't ever stay there again. She just said, "Is it because of that thing that was in the hotel room? I saw it too." Which of course it is. Just an hour ago, I left the movie theatre after watching a light-hearted movie. Nothing scary at all. Right after, I went to a restaurant to get some dessert. I had a hankering for pie. As I was there, I felt this nope. I call it a nope because my back arches severely away from whatever is behind me. This nope only happens when someone or something bad is behind me. I don't claim to be psychic, but I am sensitive. Usually this only happens with living people. I had an art teacher in middle school that followed my class into high school who gave me this feeling anytime he was behind me. In the hallway, in the classroom, anywhere. If he was behind me, I'd feel it. Every now and then I get this feeling, and it usually goes away as soon as the person or thing in question isn't behind or around me. This feeling in the restaurant stuck the entire time I was there. I kept getting waves of it. It made me shudder, the kind of shuddering you do when something cold touches your back. Now let me say, I didn't feel cold, I just felt nope. After I was done, myself and the person with me, who I'd been relaying this nonsensical feeling to, went up to the register to pay. As we were up there checking out, I looked at the lady at the register and blurted out, "Is this place haunted?" I don't go around asking people that shit. I just don't. I don't need to look like a lunatic asking about bad vibes and cornflakes. It's just not something I do. This lady, without skipping a beat, tells me that the other location she works at is. She said she literally watched a printer nearly be pushed off a counter in the back room. And another person there witnessed it too. And it was caught on security camera. She said she and the person who witnessed it were both working at the restaurant I was at tonight. And said she was a little worried because she's noticed things now moving around in her home. She asked if it could have followed her, and I told her yes. I said she needed to sage herself, her home, and the frickin' restaurant, and tell it to get the fuck out. The entire ride home, I still felt this nope. So bad to the point where I just saved myself, the person I was at the restaurant with, and my whole damn house. I feel much better after saging. The shit was just too strong not to cleanse every inch of the place, and I feel the compulsive need to share this with you all. Does anyone else get this nope, as I call it? I feel crazy for even sharing this, because despite sharing other experiences, I've never really talked about the nope with anyone before, as I think it just sounds absolutely off my rocker. I used to live with my best friend and his family in high school. The house was an older, run-down house in a very nice part of town, so it stuck out quite a bit. The entrance to the den was covered with a mattress leaning against the doorway because water damage made part of the ceiling fall in, and none of us had the funds to fix it. Half of the kitchen was the same way, and most of the windows in the house were covered up with cardboard or whatever else my buddy and his brothers could find. So the inside of the house was quite dark and eerie already. It was a well-known drug house for years from members of his family dealing and using drugs. So the house had seen its fair share of strange people and violence. So let's just say there was always this kind of bad vibe hanging about. I have many stories with this house, but the one that stuck with me the most is this one. I was laying in my bed one night watching TV, trying to fall asleep since I had school the next day. Watching Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke on the TV at the end of my bed. I would close my eyes and then crack them slightly when I would hear a funny part come on the show. I did this for about 30 minutes until I got cold, so I covered myself up. I was almost asleep and cracked my eyes one last time and saw this solid black figure with a large, strangely shaped head fall out of the wall above my TV and land on my bed, sprawled out over the top of me. It was really tall, no apparent face, and silent. I flinched, closing my eyes, and jumped up with my fist balled up, and when I opened my eyes it was gone. but I heard a shuffling past my bed to the closet and saw my clothes moving, like someone had run in there. Completely terrified, I started to say out loud that this is my space and it wasn't welcome. That I live here now and it won't get rid of me and I will not be scared or terrorized of it any longer. But after this incident, I didn't have any more paranormal experiences to this degree in the house, other than things moving or always feeling watched. A month or so ago, maybe a bit longer, I was in my bedroom asleep, when suddenly I woke up to the feeling that someone or something was in my room. I looked up the area beside my bed to see some dark figure standing within 2 feet of me. Its shape was very thin, and it was jet black and had a craggy outline. The best way I can describe it, it was like it was made of sharp rocks, but it had no real definitive texture. It stood maybe about 5'8" or so, based on where its head was in regard to where I saw it while lying down, and how tall I am. I was a little afraid, but I've had a bunch of experiences with things passing through my house, or following me home. I feel like I've gotten used to it. In my tired, a bit ballsy state, I sat up in bed and brought my face within maybe 6 inches of this thing's. It had no features or anything, no eyes, but I could feel it was looking at me, and it didn't feel like it was harmless. And I glared at it, telling, "I'm not afraid of you, fuck off," as I reached behind me to turn on my light. As expected, when my light came on, there was nothing there. And after I shut the light back off, the figure stayed gone. I think I remember seeing a similar shadow figure at the bottom of my bed once sometime prior to this particular night's event, but I can't be completely sure about the timing. I want to say I believe it was the same entity both times, but nothing has come out of it since I had my little confrontation with it. I'll admit this may have been some kind of waking dream, but certainly not sleep paralysis, as I could and did move freely. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, and interested to hear your opinions of it. I give ghost tours through a small haunted house attraction at my local theme park as part of a side job I have on weekends. And today I had some weird experiences. The place I work is notoriously haunted. Security guards report seeing orbs floating down the street on security cameras at night. Friends have reported seeing a little ghost boy or being pushed by a man in another area of the park. And I myself have had 1 or 2 very minor instances at work experiencing the paranormal. But today it was a bit more than usual. Today, as I was waiting at the entrance, just hanging out waiting for guests, I heard whistling coming from inside the haunt. Nobody was in there, and there was nobody around since it was near opening time, and not many folks had come in yet. Later on, as I was finishing a tour, I heard the loud thumps of someone walking over a bridge farther back in the haunt, when nobody was back there. Because we closed the entrance behind us as we take tours through, my whole group was present and accounted for, and I was the only tour guide on staff at the time. Now, I've had sensors go off around me, heard footsteps, and had a general feeling of being watched while alone in the haunt, but these occurrences that happened today were the most direct and obvious. And the distinct sound of someone walking over the bridge happened with other people around me. Weird stuff. But that's why I love working here. I live in a pretty old house that's been turned into a rental property. Ever since I moved in, things have been weird. It first began with noises, which I wrote off as old house noises. I've had company over, and they always feel very anxious when hearing the noises and ask me how I feel safe when I'm alone. I just tell them I'm used to it. Then I moved my cat in from my parents. Yes, I know that cats tend to have a weird personality, but mine began acting differently. She first started staring off into corners of the room, looking alarmed. I assumed it was weird cat behaviour, until she started waking me up over it. I tried to take a nap with her on the couch and wake up to her meowing and staring behind me with a wild look. I want to preface this by saying I have had sleep paralysis and I know what it's like. I was fully awake during both of these incidents and I could move my body. The first one, my cat woke me up when I was trying to sleep for work the next morning. When I opened my eyes, I saw writing all over my walls. I kept blinking, but I couldn't make out what any of it said. Eventually it went away. I slept on the couch. This happened last night. I was awake because sometimes I have insomnia issues. Anyways, I was lying with my eyes closed trying to fall asleep when I felt pressure on my bed by my foot. I immediately thought it was my cat hopping onto the bed to sleep, like she does. I looked down, but there was nothing there. I still felt it. I slid my leg under the spot of pressure, and I could slide my leg around with ease, like a hand was simply resting on the bed rather than pushing down. I slid my leg underneath and shook it. The pressure let off like someone lifted their hand. I want to add that I live with my significant other, and they claim they haven't had any strange experiences. I believe it's because he's not paying attention. I'm a female living in Arizona, a place known for paranormal encounters, extraterrestrial experiences, and all manner of weird hoodoo shit. Now admittedly, I love the paranormal, and have had a few minor experiences up to this point in my life. But what I experienced just an hour ago takes the cake. If you've ever been to the Southwest, you know one thing about the nights. They're dark, pitch black. Anyway, it's about 11:30 at night and I've dropped my friend off at his house in the middle of nowhere after a day of hanging out, playing games and watching one of my favourite horror flicks. I guess I was a touch on edge, and the fact that it had rained all day and the sky was still shrouded by dark clouds that were blocking any and all natural moonlight from helping me see may not have made it much better. The lights on my truck are admittedly not the strongest, and with so little light and a slippery road, you've got to be aware of everything to be safe. So I'm driving down a fairly well-lit but deserted stretch of road, a few miles long to start heading back to civilization. All of a sudden, this chill, not really a chill, but a sensation of nope, just licks at the back of my neck. And I'm coming up on this odd blue light that's hitting the street in front of me, which is already slightly jarring, given the sickly yellow colour of the streetlights around it. The second I pass under the blue light, it goes out, and I see a huge shadow pass over the road silently in front of me. At this point, I'm getting nervous, because this is a bit too much for my already freaked out self. It doesn't get better from there either. I finally reach the highway, and I have the option to turn onto a back road that's under a ton of construction, or go down to the highway and get home from there. Naturally, an abandoned back road with heavy construction losers, and I turn onto the highway. About this time, a smaller truck starts really flooring it, like climbing up my bumper as I'm headed towards home. People drive like this in Arizona, constantly want to go 30 above the speed limit, and if not that, then getting so far up your ass you'd think they were a thong. So it wasn't particularly abnormal. At first. Basically, I'm driving down the highway, and I see my turnoff coming up, so I signal, and the second I do, so does this dude behind me in the truck. No big deal. The next turnoff comes up. This one's left. And wouldn't you believe it? The truck guy does the same a second or two I have to signal. Again, not too freaky. But then I merge into the far right lane once I make the turn, and so does the truck guy. At this point it's getting weird, but I haven't given up hope. So I continue past the main entrance of the strip mall that's near my house, and the second I signal to turn again, and then merge into the far right lane once more, the truck guy does the same, staying very close on my tail, and always signalling just a moment after me. At this point, all my memories of hearing people saying they were followed kicks in, and I'm trying to think about how I can ensure I don't lead this creep right to my front door. So it hits me. Make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction, and if they're following you, you'll know, because 3 turns leads you in a circle. So I think, sure, There's a back entrance to the mall, so I pretend to turn in there. I turn towards the mall, stopping at the right turn lane, and the truck guy whizzes past me. I take a breath and go back up the road towards my house. I'm determined to get this guy's plates, just in case. I did too. I repeated the numbers over and over in my head and out loud in the silence of the cab of my truck. This time, luckily, I was the one following, and it made me feel safer, more in control. I watch the truck guy turn onto a street, and once I see he's gone, I drive past and double check in my rear view that the guy isn't back behind me again. Luckily, I don't see him, but right about now, I'm really starting to get the creeps. I'm only a mile or two from my house now, and everything is starting to come to a calm. I make it home, looking around before I hop out of my truck and hold my keys close, my finger on the panic button. For those of you who don't know, a panic button on a car's fob can be crazy handy. Keep those keys in your hand when walking alone on a dark street or in a dark place. If someone gets close to you, hold that button down, and the alarm will blare and every set of eyes in the area will be on you in a matter of minutes. And you can bet that whoever's trying to get close won't stick around with all the witnesses peeking out to see what the racket is. Finally, I get inside, and I realise just as I'm getting to my bedroom, I forgot to take the trash cans to the curb. So it's midnight now, and here I am, dragging a set of cans down my driveway in the pitch dark. Something again doesn't feel right. It's so quiet. No crickets, no birds, not even bats are flying around. Then, as I'm glancing around suspiciously, trying to see anything in the darkness, I spot it. Near the open desert at the end of my street, a tall, pale man is standing just outside of the glow of a neighbour's garage light. Just standing there, staring. There were no discernible facial features, just an extremely tall, pale and lanky form. At this point, I've seen enough, and I sprint back into the house as my dog starts barking like crazy. I watched the garage door close and then ran right to my room. I've been hearing scratches on my bedroom window, but I'm too scared to open the blinds and peek out. What if whatever is scratching back is staring back when I do? I've got a blade right next to my bed. Not taking any more chances with the creepy shit tonight. Let's just hope I make it till morning with whatever this thing scratching my window is outside. A couple of years ago, I was working at a job with somebody who told me, pretty much from the point I met her, that she was psychic. Now, I'm a believer in the paranormal, in psychics, in energy, all that jazz. It wasn't a stretch for me to believe she might be telling the truth, but I can assure you now that I very much do believe that she is the real deal. When the activity started, it was just one very small thing. I had a little Arctic fox plushie I kept on my bed, and at one point, I would come home to it being dead in the centre of my bed. It was only ever this one plushie, always in the middle of my bed. I have a dog, and even though she had never moved any of my plushies around before, I kind of shrugged it off and decided it was probably her moving it each day while I was at work. For days in a row, I would come home to this little fox just sitting there. I'd move it back to its proper spot each day, only to find it in the middle of the bed yet again when I came home from work the next evening. It was weird, but again, I just shrugged it off as my dog doing these things. The next thing was a bit weirder. I would have vivid dreams, or at least I think they were dreams, where I would be laying in bed in the dark, and suddenly I'd feel spiders crawling on my exposed skin. Anything over my blanket would have the sensation of spiders running across it. I would jump out of bed, fully awake at that point, and turn on my light and investigate. I never found a single spider or bug anywhere. The third thing I experienced was the very last thing I could try to explain away. I was laying in bed one night, kind of drifting off as I listened to a horror narrator on YouTube, something I accredited to what I saw. As I was laying on my back, facing the ceiling and the top of my headboard, which is incredibly high, as I have one of those combo bed dresser headboard things. It's hard to explain, but basically my headboard is a tall dresser with cabinets and drawers surrounding my actual mattress. And the part above my bed is the alcove with mirrors and two built-in lights that sit inside it. with the top of the headboard dresser being what the lights were fixed into. Anyway, I had a light on the headboard turned on, so as I was blinking in and out of sleep while listening to these stories, I opened my eyes only to see a small black shadow quickly duck behind the ridge of the top of my headboard. I blinked a few times, but I didn't see the shadow again. However, I passed it off by telling myself it was probably my imagination from being so tired, and I turned off my light and went to sleep. The fourth and final experience leading up to the end of the story is the one that made me stop denying something was definitely happening. One night, I was doing my routine of listening to scary stories and relaxing in bed, and went to plug in my cell phone. The place where I plug my phone in is right next to where I used to keep my chunky rubber bracelets. You know, the ones you get from Hot Topic. So I go to plug my phone in, and as I turn over to put the charger in the outlet, I see not a foot from my face, one of my rubber bracelets move at least an inch to the right, directly in front of me. It didn't roll. It slid across the wooden surface. I sat up straight, surprised. I knew what I saw. There was no explaining that away. I just kind of sat there for a few minutes in a what the hell kind of shock, and eventually plugged my phone in and went to bed. At this point in the story, I need to tell you that I have not once mentioned these experiences to anyone. Not my family, not my boyfriend, not my co-workers, nobody. This is important, because the next day, after I saw that bracelet move, I went into work. As I sat down at the break room table, only one other person was in the room at the time. You guessed it, it was my psychic co-worker. The moment my butt hit the chair, she casually asked me, "So what's going on in your room?" Stunned, I took a moment to compose myself and then explained that I thought there was something, but I wasn't sure. She nodded and said, "Oh yeah, you have a trickster in your room. It probably got in through your mirrors." I was shocked, because to my knowledge, she had never seen my bedroom. She never even saw pictures that I can remember. There's a chance, looking back, I showed her a picture of my Halloween setup in my room before this, but I honestly can't remember. Either way, her words shocked me. I asked her what she thought I should do about it, and she told me to sage my room, especially my mirrors, and tell it to leave. When I went home that night, I did just that. I grow sage in my backyard, so I make bundles to smudge my house on occasion. I went around my room, smudging my closet, my whole room, and my mirrors, ending at the window I had open on the far side of my bedroom. As soon as I got to the window to finish my smudging, the whole frickin' thing just burst into flames. I had to immediately put the smudge stick out, because it was just frickin' ignited the second I got to the window. Immediately, I texted my co-worker and told her what happened, and she explained that the sage bursting into flames was the entity leaving, a final trick as it went away. I closed the window and put the sage away, and that was the end of that. I never had anything like what had occurred in the weeks prior happen again, but I have to say that after the whole thing was said and done, I got curious and looked up tricksters, and what came up kind of cemented that this was in fact very real for me. One of the ones listed was a spider trickster, and another was a fox. I'm not sure which one it was, but considering it kept moving my fox plushie, I figure maybe that's why. Last year, between 5 to 7 months ago, I had a few experiences with something that seemed to have a penchant for messing with phones. A little side info to start the story off. I have a phone that requires a password in order to be shut completely off, and it doesn't have my or anyone else's fingerprint as a password either. So the first thing that happened to start this off was that I woke up one day to my cell phone being unplugged from both my actual phone and the wall outlet itself, as well as being moved from the shelf I put it on when I went to sleep that night to a different nearby shelf. It didn't exactly scream paranormal, but it was weird, and so I didn't really think much of it. I figured I just moved it at some point during the night and didn't remember, even though I've never done anything like that before. The second thing that happened brings up to the preliminary info I gave about how my phone shuts off. It's a process, and you really can only shut the phone off after you've unlocked it, which is why this struck me It was much odder than the first occurrence. It's kind of my nightly routine to plug my phone in, turn on scary story narrations on YouTube, and leave it playing on a long video to help me fall asleep. I do this daily, and this isn't something that has happened before or since. Essentially, I went to bed following my normal nightly routine and woke to my phone being completely shut off. I woke up, reached over to check the time on my phone, and noticed it was completely off. It was weird, but I figured for some reason my phone wasn't charging during the night and died. So I tried to turn it on expecting to get a no battery sign or whatever, only to find it at 100% once it booted up. It was weird, and I ended up joking to my family that a ghost turned my phone off. I didn't actually mean it, but I still decided better safe than sorry due to my previous trickster experience. I went to bed that night, and as I was sitting in my room, I spoke out to the room and said something along the lines of, "Hey, if there's anything in here, please don't mess with me or my dog, and please don't mess with my phone. I need it to wake up for work, and so it's very important you don't mess with any of my electronics, okay? You can stick around as long as you don't do anything to mess with me, my dog, or my stuff." And left it at that. After that, my phone didn't turn off, wasn't unplugged, and didn't move again. I kind of just shrugged it off after that, until one night I woke from a dead sleep in the middle of the night, rolled over, opened my eyes for just a moment, and saw something. So here's the weird part. This thing I saw was cute. Like, it wasn't a person. I can't even really describe it, but it just felt cute. I'm not sure what I believed it was, but it was little, like a little child. I got this weird vibe that it was just this cute little thing. It didn't feel scary or malicious at all. I distinctly remember that as soon as I blinked, it vanished, and I literally spoke out loud and said very clearly, "If that was you, you are so cute." And then I fell back to sleep. A week or so later, my grandfather ended up having his work phone go missing around 20 minutes before he had to leave for work. He was searching everywhere around the house. I checked the couch, under the cushions, under the actual couch. I checked the closets. I helped him check under his bed, in his closet, everywhere. Eventually, while he, myself, and my grandma were searching for his phone, I came up with the idea to go into my room and talk to the thing that had messed with my phone the weeks before. I told him that if he took his phone, he needed to return it right now. And it was very important that he had it, and that this entity couldn't mess with anyone's electronics in the house. Then I checked the couch again. Suddenly, the phone was there, sitting under the middle of the couch in pretty plain sight. It wasn't there before, and I'm sure of it because I checked that exact spot before I talked to the thing I thought was hanging out in my room. A few days later, I decided to sage. Not to get rid of what was messing with the phones, just as a routine I do every 6 to 8 weeks, to keep stuff that I don't want in my house away. I figured it wouldn't chase away the entity that I saw because it didn't feel bad, and I only ask negative entities to leave. But I guess the entity decided it had overstayed its welcome, because I haven't seen it again, and none of our electronics or other belongings have been moved or played with since. So this happened just last week, and some events leading up to it came from my housemates' accounts of what they saw, heard and felt. It started with housemate T, who was the first to report something out of all the people in the house. I'm the only one who really believes or gives much merit to the supernatural. But recently something happened that spooked my other two housemates pretty bad. One night, T was in bed. I don't know what time, he didn't mention. He swore he saw the lamp on his dresser move. He even went as far as to tell my other roommate K, about this. So K brushes it off, says it's probably nothing. He just imagined it as in the dark. Admittedly, it's not much, but I feel like it was the first step in what would come. A few nights later, I'm asleep with my dog and suddenly I wake up. My dog wasn't reacting, and I honestly wasn't sure she was awake at that moment. But I opened my eyes and glanced down at my bed, and about 2.5, maybe 3 feet from me was this dark shape. It didn't look human like a shadow person. It looked very inhuman. It was a shadow, but it seemed like it was craggy and very black. I only saw it for about 2 seconds before my bedroom door burst open. I literally yelled, "What the fuck?" Only to see my housemate Kay standing at my door, asking if I was okay. I told her yeah, I was asleep. I didn't even think to mention what I had just seen. She told me she heard what sounded like someone retching or throwing up from her room. She didn't just hear it once either. Kay said the first time she heard it, it woke her up, and she wasn't entirely sure she actually did hear it. Kay decided since she woke up to use the bathroom, and apparently while she was in there, she heard the noise again, clear as anything, which is why she came to check on me. She thought maybe I was really sick. I told her I was fine, it wasn't me, and I knew it wasn't my dog, because I've heard she gets sick in the middle of the night, and I always wake up when it happens. At this point, my dog is definitely awake, but not acting strange. She never does when stuff like this happens. Kay accepts what I say and goes back to bed. And as I'm laying on my bed in the dark, I just have this really unsettled feeling. But I manage to get back to sleep and think nothing of it the rest of the day. About a day or two later, however, I'm in the kitchen getting myself a drink or something, and Kay and I are alone in the house. All of a sudden, Kay calls to me from the other side of the house, and I go over to see what she needs. I get to her room, and she tells me she feels like she needs me to see this, otherwise I wouldn't believe her. I give her a quizzical look and follow her into her room. A porcelain doll I'd given her about 3 years ago had fallen about 3 feet away from its place on top of a curio Kay in her room, with other 4 or so porcelain dolls, all of which hadn't moved an inch. She gives me this wide-eyed look and says she was in the shower and nowhere near the doll. She didn't even hear it fall. But when she came out, the doll was on the floor. Nothing had bumped it. The doll hadn't been recently moved or anything. And because it sits in a position where its legs are folded under it, the doll itself should be pretty stable. She was pretty spooked, and I took the opportunity to explain what I thought I saw the other night before she came into my room. It felt unsafe to be talking about it in the house though, and Kay insisted we just leave for a little while and get out. Once we were in the car and driving away, it felt okay to talk about it, and I mentioned to Kay that feeling of hesitance I had at saying anything about it in the house, and Kay said she felt the same, scared to talk about it while we were in there. We got home after about 2 hours of staying out and away. We saged the whole place together, and since then, nothing else has happened. I don't know why, but it seems like we just randomly get these paranormal encounters every few months, especially if I haven't saged in a while. My family had just moved out of our very first house in Arizona, due to having a small space for us 4 siblings, 2 brothers, 1 sister, to a nice 4-bedroom home with a huge backyard, and lots of living space for all the kids to have fun, have friends over, etc. I was 8 or 9 at the time, the day we moved in, so I wasn't much help for my parents carrying stuff from the moving truck. All I wanted to do was grab stuff for my room, because that's all I cared about at the time. My brothers, who were older than me, wanted to share a room, and my sister and I got our own rooms, which was so nice at first, because I was able to not be annoyed by my brothers while trying to sleep or having friends over. The first item I had brought into the house was a green silk/mesh type lamp that I was in love with for some reason, so I wanted that in my room first before anything else to claim which room was mine. I quickly ran inside with my lamp and sprinted to the first room on the left of the hallway, and I knew it was the room for me. Perfect size room for activities with friends, or even to play with Legos and other toys. I quickly found an outlet in the corner of the room to plug in this magnificent lamp into the wall. As I'm plugging in the lamp, I hear someone whispering behind me, and I thought it was my brother, so I say back to him, "Hold on, I'm fixing my lamp." As I turn around, I see no one behind me, so I quickly get up and look down the hallway and through the rooms. No one to be found. I walk outside of the moving truck, and my whole family is out there sorting stuff around. I asked my brothers if they had come in and said something to me while I was in my room, and they both laughed and said no. I totally thought they were joking with me, so I left it alone, not thinking anything of it. A couple weeks pass by, and we're finally fully settled into our new home, What a relief, doing nothing except make my room look awesome. I hadn't done any exploring of the house really, because I was too busy making my room perfect. It was finally time to see what cool features this house had for 8 or 9-year-old me. The first thing I noticed was an extra bedroom wallpapers of Mickey Mouse and Disneyland with an old feel to it. It was a room attached to the carport we had on the other side of the house. A tool room connected to it also. My parents had put all the extra boxes and cleaning supplies in the old creepy looking room. I asked my parents, what did they, brothers, share a room if there's one right there? And they didn't give me an answer. They told me to not talk about the storage room and only to go in there to get the carport. I agreed and moved on. From the laundry room, there was the kitchen, and the previous owners had extended the house out another 800 or 900 square feet, with a massive game room next to the dining area and kitchen. From the gaming room was our outside area, covering over a half an acre with a small little shed/shack in the corner, and a treehouse that seemed very old and run down. On the other side of the game room was a little room with a fireplace, great to hang around during the holidays. And next to that was the living room. Overall, it was a huge house for me at the time. I was so happy. I had a lot of room to run around and be a stupid little kid. A couple months passed by, and the family is doing well. I had gone to a new school and met some good friends that actually lived in the same neighborhood as me, so we obviously became best friends, since we could easily have sleepovers and whatnot. One night on the weekend, my best friend had slept over. We started off by playing a video game in my room, and he had asked me what's wrong with my closet door, and we had investigated it, and turns out it had been off center on the slide, so I fixed it. But while I was in the closet, I had noticed a tiny little door that went into the bottom of my house. I noticed it was held in with nails, so I barely pulled it, and it came right off. My friend had a mini flashlight he liked carrying around, so we used that to look inside. I could see where the bathroom was, because I could see the pipes and even the bathtub. It was dark and really creepy, and just had a bad feeling about opening up that little door. It made me get chills down my neck, because it just had a different type of atmosphere once I looked inside and used the flashlight to look around. I told my friend to help me put the little door back on, so we could get back to having fun playing times. Little did we know, we had just let something out. We had moved to the game room since we were being loud and didn't want to wake up my parents or siblings. We had a huge TV in the game room, so we were just having fun playing Halo and Call of Duty. Our game room had windows all around it, looking into our backyard. My friend and I were playing games, and all of a sudden, we heard tapping on the window. And at first, I thought it was my cat messing around with a hanging cord from the blinds. I ignored it. It happened again, but from a different window. My friend had asked me to go get my cat. When we turned around from my couch, my cat wasn't in the room with us, so we both got a weird feeling that something wasn't right. We ignored it once again. Finally, after hearing it for a third time, we'd go investigate the noise. My friend and I both got up and went to the back of the room to look outside the window through a small crack in the blinds. We had seen nothing at all except a tree and could maybe barely hit the window with a branch. We debated on whether it was the tree or not for a couple of minutes, but then all of a sudden, my friend froze. I asked him, "What's wrong?" He didn't answer. I kept asking and asking. He finally replied, "Look at your shed." And I looked. There, I saw two faint, glowing eyes looking right over at us. We both dashed from the window and onto the couch. We were frightened, but didn't want to wake up my parents because we would have probably gotten into trouble doing so. We just started coming up with ideas of what it could have possibly been. We had so many, so eventually we let it go and played more games until we passed out. Another couple of months passed with no little to noise or creepy things happening to me. I felt normal for once. Until one night, I was going to sleep in my room, and I usually kept my door open just so my cat could get in, and he had walked right in, and I couldn't really see him because he was a black cat, and my room was obviously dark, so all I could do was hear him. I heard him walk in and look around like any other cat would do. Then I heard him do something to my closet door. At least I think it was him to this day. He had opened my closet door just enough to walk inside, and then silence. I thought to myself, he's just exploring, it's fine. I slept it off. The next morning, I had woken up to my closet door being open almost halfway. I went to close it, but I noticed the little door in the corner of the closet had been taken off and put to the side, as if someone had placed it there. I went to ask my whole family if they had gone into my room last night or this morning. They all said no. I ignored it once again and tried coming up with dumb ideas as to what it could have been. I put the little door back on and went on with my day. The same thing happened the next night. Cat walks in, opens the closet, and is silent. The morning, same thing with the little door in the closet, set up on the side of the wall with the blackness of the underground of the house completely visible. At this point, I knew it was my brothers messing with me or my parents working on the house or something. Both of them denied it was them. At this point, I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. No one else was having these things happen to them. I felt alone. My best friend had come over again, and this time, his mum had dropped him off instead of him walking. As they both stepped inside of the house, the mother had said, "This feels very dark. I cannot be in this house." As she says this, her car, obviously in park, starts rolling down the little driveway we have. We all run after it and see that it's still in the park position. How could this even be possible? She instantly left and had never come back. That was the first time my parents had thought something that didn't sound right with the house. They obviously shook it off. The rest of the night felt normal and good since I had my friend over. Of course, all of the noises that I had heard up to this point were nonsense. I totally ignored everything, thinking it was all a lie. Well, I thought wrong. Another couple of weeks pass, and it feels darker and darker in my house. I no longer feel it's just my family in this home. I get scared all the time, and just feel like I have to be next to my parents all the time. I thought maybe I should have another friend come over. I'll try to have fun. So I invited a friend that was on my football team. He had been dropped off, and we watched movies and played games all night in the living room, because I knew he would get scared in the game room, knowing my experience. My brother was on the same team as us, so he was also friends with him, so we all hung out having fun. It was becoming late in the night, so we all decided we would sleep in the living room together. My parents had brought out an air mattress for one of us to sleep on. I slept on the little couch closest to the kitchen/walk-in area. My brother slept on the air mattress, and our friend had slept on the larger couch on the other side of the room. The room itself was not too big, so we all basically were sleeping close to each other. My friend's couch touched mine, so there was a gap in the corner of the room with an empty space, and the air mattress was touching both couches almost. It was late, around 11 p.m, when we decided to go to sleep. We finished up whatever movie we were watching and went to bed. My brother and my friend both fell asleep very quickly. About 30 to 45 minutes after we had gone to sleep, I called their names and both didn't answer, assuming they were asleep. I was wide awake and couldn't sleep. While laying there, I heard a little girl crying and saying, "Dad, Dad." I thought it was my sister. She usually cried due to having nightmares. I ignored it and thought it would be resolved. Once again, a couple of minutes later, I heard it again, only to realize it was getting closer to the living room. I was scared, so I woke up my brother and told him to listen. Obviously, right when I wake him up, it stops. He got mad at me and went back to sleep. It happened a third time, and it was even closer. I thought I was going crazy, so I ignored it and thought of happy things. It kind of helped. It made me fall asleep. Randomly, at 3 a.m, I woke up, wide awake. The room should have been dark, but it was somewhat bright. Bright enough to where I could see my brother and my friend clear as day. And the weird part, they were both awake. I could see their eyes open. We had all woken up at 3 a.m. randomly, without waking each other up. They both were in front of me, so I could see them before they saw me. Eventually, they both realized they were awake and looked at me. They started crying for some reason. I thought, what the hell's going on with them? They were frozen and crying, looking over at me. I asked them, "What are you guys doing?" And my brother finally told me, "Don't move. but look in the corner of the couches slowly. I was already panicking and still get chills writing this today. I look in between the couches and there was a girl, probably around 5'1", in a white old dress. Brown hair, green eyes, cut up face, bruised neck and body, glowing and looking right at me. Eyes wide open and her nasty teeth were showing, just gazing at me with a grin on her face. I was frozen. I couldn't tell or scream or anything. I was in paralysis. It was the longest 2 minutes of my life. I would blink and she was still on the inside of my eyelids. I was so afraid. Eventually, she disappeared and we all got up and woke my parents up. We had explained what had happened and the next morning, we had a priest come and bless the house. After we had the priest bless our house, it felt lighter and just in a better mood. I had stopped hearing noises and feeling anxiety and nervousness all the time. I don't know exactly what I saw, but it's still the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I still cannot explain some of the things I've seen and can't puzzle them together either. The one room the priest did not go into was the extra bedroom with the Mickey Mouse wallpaper. Was it on purpose? Could he feel that he couldn't bless that room due to the demonic presence that he couldn't handle? Was it the little girl's room? I never went through that room again. A couple years later, we moved out of that house. So I was about 16 years old, and at that time, very interested in ghosts and paranormal things, etc. My mom is highly esoteric and can see things in or around other humans. So her being so sensitive for those things did wake my interest even more. So I went online and researched ways to communicate with energies or spirits, and found out a way to do so. I invited my sister and 2 of our neighbor kids to help and watch. We waited for my mother to leave, because she is specifically prohibited from ever communicating with the other world. We wrote letters and numbers, and also yes and no on a paper, cropped them out and arranged them in a circle. We lowered the shutters in my room and lit candles and placed them in different places in my room. Me and my sister placed our hands on an upside down drinking glass, and the neighbor kids watched from bed. The first few times they laughed and chuckled when we said phrases like, "Is someone here who wants to talk with us?" Or, "If you want to communicate, please do that." After a few minutes, the candles started to flicker. I didn't think much of it, because candles flicker usually. But after some time, some of them really started to freak me out. They started to look like someone was trying to blow them out. And the glass started moving. I looked at my sister, and she looked at me, simultaneously asking if the other one was pushing it. We both got really freaked out, so we took our hands off the glass, and that frickin' thing moved on its own. I got a panic attack, and we all screamed and ran to my door to get out. I pressed the handle of my door down, but that thing didn't move a bit. My sister and the neighbor kids started to help pressing it down. We leaned on it with all our body weight combined, but it didn't move an inch. The candle started to go out, and we just screamed and screamed. Eventually it opened, and we ran into the kitchen in a corner and just cried. From this day on, I didn't sleep well in my house because I felt watched all the time, and my writing desk chair started moving on its own. My mum also noticed that my room didn't feel right, like something lurks inside of it, and asked me if I did something stupid. Eventually I told her, and she was furious, saying that I could have brought much more evil in our apartment than a spirit that amuses itself by disturbing us. She did a ritual in my room, saying a few phrases, putting a protective circuit on it and smoking it out with sage, and I was never disturbed by it again. Nonetheless, I'll never do that again. This is not my first time having something like this happen to me, but it's the first time it's happened to my girlfriend. It's 2:37 a.m. and I just got home from dropping my girlfriend off at her house. I've had the feeling of someone watching me since around noon yesterday. Then when I went to pick her up to go at Walmart around 9:45, when I got to her house, she lives in a really nice mobile park home. I was waiting for her in my car with the windows down for a few minutes. I was reading on my phone when I kind of saw someone walk by my car wearing dark clothing out of the corner of my eye. I didn't look up from reading until a few seconds later. I didn't see anyone in my rearview mirrors, but I could still hear footsteps on the pavement. I even turned around and saw no one there. They didn't go into another house because the 2 lots across the street are empty. I kind of got creeped out. Finally, a few minutes later, Emily came outside to let the dogs into the backyard before we left. So I got out of the car and had a cigarette with her. And while we were talking and waiting for the dogs to do their business, we heard this noise next door, like bricks falling. I may have screamed a little, but the bricks her neighbour has stacked up next to his flower bed had all fallen down, and his Virgin Mary statue had fallen and her head was broken off. We both walked over to look because it startled both of us, and we worried her neighbour may have fallen inside the mobile home and caused the bricks to shift. She went closer, I stayed on her driveway, and she got in front of his house and she looked up from where the bricks had fallen, and her neighbour was peeking out the window right at her. He didn't know what the noise was and was looking out the window and then saw her. He thought she made the noise. He came out and was like, "What's going on?" So we told him his bricks had fallen and his Mary statue had broken, and he said he'd look into it in the morning. That's when I told her about the person walking by my car right before she came out of the house. That freaked her out a bit. So we went to take the dogs inside. Her chihuahua, Squirt, basically jumped into my arms when I went to pet him, and he was shaking. And her other dog wanted to get back in the house. Didn't even come to see me like he usually does. They were scared to death. I don't have any idea what happened. All I know is we got the dog settled in the house and we went to Walmart. On the way, she kept looking in my back seat and touching her neck and never letting go of my hand. I asked her what's up, and she said something touched her neck several times. Then she told me that she had a feeling like someone was watching her since she got home from work at 8:30 p.m. All I can think of is that my backseat is my tarot cards. I literally just cleaned them last week and haven't touched them since. Tonight, we're going to burn sage in her house when she gets home from work. My girlfriend lives in a nice trailer park about 5 minutes away from I live. We're in a suburb of St. Petersburg, Florida. Where she lives, there's a lot of old and elderly people and not a lot of people our age. And a few of the trailers in the park are not occupied because it's mainly snowbirds. I've been with my girlfriend Emily for just about 6 months. We just found out her mom, who lives in another state, was given 6 months to live. And of course, Emily was upset. So she asked me to come over and eat a late dinner with her. I got there around 1:30 a.m. on Friday. We have dinner, hang out, and talk, and I rub her back, etc. When she's ready to go to bed, I'm leaving, and we're hugging, and she gives me a really sweet kiss and thanks me for coming over to be with her. When she backs up, I see this old man standing in the yard 2 doors down, where no one lives, giving us a look like he's disgusted with seeing PDA at 5:30 in the morning. So I say something along the lines of, "We're being watched, babe." She turns around and I'm still looking at the old man. When she turned to look, he basically turned around and walked around the side of the house. But she should have seen him walking, but she just said, "Are you sure? The guy that lived there died and his wife moved back to Maine a few months ago. See, she put it up for sale." And she pointed to the for sale sign in front. I swore up and down I saw the guy, and she said she believes me. I described the man I saw, and she confirmed that's what the man who passed away looked like, down to his khaki overalls and light blue plaid short sleeve button-up shirt and brown ball cap. It's not the first time I've seen people that she couldn't see, and she doesn't make fun of me. I've had 2 dreams since that night, and he's been in them in the background, staring like I saw him the other day. For about 4 years now, I've been having repeated dreams about a mysterious man who always looked the same and feels the same every time I dream about him. The thing is, I've never met or seen this person in real life. These dreams feel deeper than others I've had in the past. I usually have new dreams involving him every 2 weeks or so, and they're not usually back to back. I'm a young adult and very introverted, so I've never had any romantic relationships before, and have never been romantic towards someone in my life. I'm not really into that stuff, to be honest. And yet, I can feel that this man in my dreams has such strong romantic feelings towards me, and I reciprocate these feelings towards him. It feels like a very deep connection where we don't even need to speak to know the depth of love we have for each other. I've never felt anything like that in real life. He's very distinct looking, and his features are as such. Very big, bright green eyes. Once in a while wears black glasses. Jet black hair. Very tall. Often wears a big, green, comfy sweater. And he looks and feels like a giant teddy bear. Someone very warm and soft. Kinda sweet. That type of thing. Every time I look at him in the dream, he's always looking directly at me. He also never turns his back on me and never looks away from me. He's always facing towards me and looking at me first before I look at him in every dream. And the way he looks at me is what I can only imagine how someone in love would look at the person they love. He'll often just be around me and be nearby. He usually doesn't speak, just smiles and sits or stands close to me. He almost radiates this energy of love and content. It's a very peaceful feeling whenever he's around. The dreams are very symbolic too. I once had a dream where he and I were in a garden. I saw the exact same two blue monarch butterflies flying around each other like a pair. Monarch butterflies that are blue apparently don't exist in the real world, upon doing some research. I put my hand out and one of them flew over to me and landed on my finger. I then showed the mysterious man and exclaimed, "Look, there's two of them." He then looked at it and smiled at me, then gestured towards an open door just behind him. I let the butterfly on my finger fly back to the other butterfly and took the man's hand to walk with him through the door. Then the dream ended. That dream is a couple of months old, but it still sticks with me to this day. All of this makes me wonder if this mysterious dream person exists out there somewhere, or if they're actually a ghost or spirit who visits me in my dreams. For about 4 years now, I've been having repeated dreams about a mysterious man, who always looks the same and feels the same every time I dream about him. The thing is, I've never met or seen this person in real life. These dreams feel deeper than others I've had in the past. I'm a young adult and very introverted, so I've never had any romantic relationships before, and I've never been romantic towards someone in my life. I'm not really into that stuff, to be honest. Anyways, I had this dream with this man in it again. It was set in an enchanted forest surrounded by tall trees. We were also away from regular society where no one could find us. The colours in this dream were so crisp, clear and vivid. I was inside of a medieval modest cottage that was cosy with warm colours around. A warm bright fireplace, a comfy couch and a table with lots of books on top. With wood and stone walls and torches on those walls. It had a beautiful interior that felt safe and comfortable. Homey. I was standing in the middle of the room in a medieval dress, just taking in my surroundings. Then in enters this mysterious man again. He entered from a white painted cottage door and then closed it. Upon seeing him, I somehow already knew that we were in a relationship and were living together. And he had just walked in from tending to the garden outside and doing yard work in the summer sun. Almost as if this was a routine for him. He saw me looking at him and then looked right back at me. Every time I look at him in a dream, he's always looking directly at me. But the way he looks at me is what I can only imagine how someone in love would look at the person they love. He had a lovely smile, the one where you can see the person's eyes squint because they're just so genuinely happy. I observed him and he was tall and stood firm, relaxed, gentle and comfortable. He had long jet black hair that went slightly past his shoulders and was wearing black gardening gloves on his hands. He also wore Victorian black Wellington boots to avoid getting mud on his shoes. He approached me and I saw him up close. He had beautiful green eyes like he always does in every dream. He also always has black hair, but it's usually shorter. Generally in dreams before or after this point, he'll often just be around me and be nearby. He usually doesn't speak, just smiles and sits or stands close to me. He almost radiates this energy of love and content. It's a very peaceful feeling whenever he's around. Anyways, he did end up speaking to me. He didn't say a word, but he spoke to me through my mind. The term being telepathy, I believe. He repeatedly said to me in my head, "I'm a vampire," for about a minute straight. However, I wasn't afraid of him because he wasn't a monster to me. I felt such strong romantic feelings towards him, and he reciprocates these feelings towards myself. It feels like a very deep connection where we don't even need to speak to how the depth of love we have for each other. I've never felt anything like that in real life. Then suddenly, his eyes turned a different colour, or a mix of colours I should say. His eyes changed from green to bright orange. That orange colour was in the centre of his eye. Then he had a yellow colour that outlined the outer rim of his eye, and a red colour that outlined the inner rim of his eye. It was very strange, but I remember saying to him, "I've never seen eyes like yours before," and just stared at him for a long time. He then proceeded to smile and gave him a big hug and a quick kiss. That's when I woke up. So basically, I was in a happy, committed relationship with a vampire. Not sure what it all means, but I thought it was pretty cool to share. I've recently moved back into my childhood home with my partner because my parents are now living in long-term care. I didn't have any strange experiences growing up, but for many years, my mom has seen a dark shadow figure hovering in a bed. For this reason, she started drinking alcohol every night to fall asleep in her late 60s and continued for nearly a decade until going into long-term care this year. I never believed these stories as mom was diagnosed with dementia around that time. But my partner and I had moved into the house with her around 8 years, while my parents had separated, and each one of us has had weird experiences at that time. Mom was visiting family, and he and I were alone in the house for a few weeks. I had been briefly locked in the basement by something holding the doorknob, and my partner had the garden hose water tap turn off on him while holding it to water the garden. He was in sight of the tap, in a fencing yard, with no one else home. Fast forward 8 years, and he and I have moved into the house in July 2022. Strange things happened almost immediately. The house needs a complete renovation, and we've been spending our leisure time in the backyard with one big inconvenience. There are no electrical plugs outside, so we ran extension cords and used flashlights. Since moving in, our flashlights are turning on by themselves almost daily, and we're using a ton of batteries. This was causing many arguments in the beginning, with both of us adamant we weren't leaving them on. My parents were basically hoarding flashlights, and I don't even know how many we have. But they are of every size and style, so it's definitely not a defect or manufacturing problem. I figured out what was happening in mid-August, when different types of flashlights were turning on near me while my partner wasn't home. I started leaving different types of flashlights in my line of sight and checking them periodically. Sometimes they'd turn on 4 or 5 times during the span of an afternoon. Sometimes in the same one over and over, and other times it's different ones turning on once. This even happened with our safety flashlight in the car while parked in the driveway. Up until this week, the flashlights were only doing the daytime thing with me, but I was on holiday. And now that I'm back at work, it started happening to my partner. He's noticed multiple types of flashlight turning on while left untouched on shelves in the garage. Other strange things happening include water taps inside the house just being on when we walk in. Sometimes it's only cold or hot water, and sometimes it's both. But it's always on full blast, and loud enough that you can't miss it or not notice leaving the water on because it's loud. When I'm alone, I keep seeing a shadow person in the corner of my eye, but no one's there when I look. Interestingly, this doesn't happen if my cat and or dog are near me. This happened 3 days after my mom passed away from sepsis, pneumonia, and brain cancer. January 3rd, 2021. Sleep wasn't an easy thing to come by right after losing your mother, and I finally must have started to fall asleep from exhaustion. You know that state between awake and asleep? I remember it feeling very similar to that. The difference was I felt really plugged into that state of being, like all time had stopped and someone had paused the moment between being awake and asleep to visit me. I felt a familiar presence I immediately recognized as my mom's, and some of the more pressing feelings I remember from my mom's side was she didn't have a lot of time to talk. She knew I needed her, and I could only ask yes or no questions. The conversation went something like, "Are you mad at me for how things turned out?" "No." "Could I have done anything different to help save you?" "No." "Is everything going to be okay?" "Yes." Then I felt like I couldn't waste this opportunity to just talk with her and began asking what I should do about my older sister. I remember feeling rushed, like I had to say goodbye in 3 seconds. I felt like I broke the one rule in that state of being, the one thing that if you did, you would be sent back to your reality. I woke up and was more at peace with it. I ate for the first time, and that night I slept a lot better. I still always try to make that connection, but it's been almost 2 years, and I haven't had any luck. When I was around 7, we had guests visiting, so my 2 brothers and I shared a big bedroom. There were 2 beds and 1 fold-out cot. Everyone went to bed, and all was normal. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, my brother woke me up, freaking out a little, and said, "Something's not right," and told me to look around. When I looked around the moonlit room, all the furniture was moved all over the place, including the bed I was sleeping in. I then got up, wandered around the room in awe, trying to figure out how my brothers could have moved all this heavy shit and me not waking up. I looked over and saw my older brother asleep on his bed, which was now on the other side of the room as well. Dressers were all off the wall and in the middle of the room. Basically, everything was in a new place that made no sense. I told my brother we need to wake up our other one, and he didn't think we would go over well because he would freak the fuck out, so we decided not to. Now, I know what you're thinking at this point. Not rocket science, you got pranked, but this is where things get way weirder. My first thought after seeing the room was that we needed to turn the lights on. One problem with that, the switches were completely gone. Yes, as in they had disappeared. So now both of us are starting to freak out. Only light we had, which was actually pretty good, was moonlight. Coming in through the windows as well as a street light that gave us decent visibility. Either way, this was the point I knew it wasn't a joke. But wait, it gets weirder. At this point, we just needed to get out of that room. Something was definitely wrong. We both looked for the door, searched all the walls, and that was gone as well. We were now trapped and losing it at this point. Not only was the bedroom door gone, but the closets as well. This went on for about 5 minutes. We tried everything, pushed on walls, ran round in circles yelling. There was nothing we could do. At the point of almost giving up, totally perplexed and confused, I turned around and the actual door suddenly reappeared, on the wall that I just searched and ran my hands across. My brother took advantage of the opportunity and rushed into the hallway to the top of the stairs, screaming to our parents whose bedroom was downstairs. My mother rushed to the bottom, asking why we're going crazy with guests in the house in the middle of the night. When we told her what was happening, she didn't believe us. We told her to come look, but when we both turned around and looked back in the room, everything was back in its original location, including my other brother, still sleeping like a log on the cot. Anyways, today me and my brother are professionals, and he chooses not to talk about it with anyone but me behind closed doors. When I bring it up, he gets uncomfortable, sighs, and shakes his head, and doesn't really want to revisit it.